B-bond, 911 dispatch center. We still have a bond out there, we don't have dispatch center. What's going to happen to the bond? It's not going to be dealt. And we won't have anything here.
It's there for $101,837.
And this lot right next online is necessary.
It was last, that's the current year, last year. Yeah, it was paid under a different line item last year. So we moved to, yeah, last year, it was, yeah, Mohan's supposed to be here. So I can see. Yeah, put it down, because what happened was last year we paid it in a certain location before we moved it. We talked about in their budget hearing, what was done, and stuff like that. So all of those bond payments were moved to pay under different line items compared to when they was paid last year.
So that was the same thing with the line item 810 due to the rate that the 7C bond for the park. That's when that's all the same.
Yeah, he can explain how they moved it to different accounts, to be paid for. We talked about it during the budget, the draft budget. We talked about how things moved, because if you remember, Trustee Burgess brought up where we paid for this, and we saw it 2 pages later. We saw, oh, here's where it's being paid from. So it was talked about during the draft hearings, during the draft.
Did you get our question answered, or where it's going to be moved to? I don't think we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mohan came in later that meeting and explained, when he gets here in a few minutes, I'm sure he'll be able to explain it to you.
Correct.
Right, so.
And one other question.
Please raise your voice so that is your microphone working over there?
Is there a possibility that we can ask the department heads in the room if they have any questions for the whole budget?
We hope they would have talked for sooner.
I
So, I mean, they've had the opportunity since going on back to December and January to start putting stuff together. You know, back in the end of December, when we gave the board the budget that was 67% through, it was given to the department heads also, and told them to start presenting everything given to Mr. Mohan. So I don't care, I don't have a problem asking, but if they're bringing something down, it's a little too late because it's already been out for the public to review. And they should have said something about sooner. I could probably use it. 100% debt service and utility tax go to, yeah. And when 100% went to debt service, 100% debt service and utility tax because of dispatch center was big rules. So, again, you can't explain it better when it comes to that.
But
Mr. Mayor, at the last budget hearing that we had here, I asked about moving some numbers from one line to another. The money was moved out of the one account. I asked for $1,200 to be moved from the telephone line item to professional development, and only $100 was from that line item. And we discussed it on the phone, I sent an email, but it hadn't been straightened out according to this new budget.
It should have been because it was a typo.
I understand, and I talked to Mohan earlier because I didn't see,
Right.
I didn't see this until today, so.
Okay, I'll try to follow with him because he said it was a typo, and he looked at his notes. It should have been that, so.
Okay.
Because that's what the board agrees.
I'm sorry, are we supposed to bring up things, or is it just for the audience tonight?
Bring things here now.
But you said you're not going to change it.
But it's kind of changing things because things should be brought up from the public.
I mean, I brought it up, but it still stays the same, is what I'm saying. I brought it up last meeting that we had, but I'm looking at nothing has changed. So that's why I'm asking, are we bringing up for it to be changed, or this is the way it is? And
What did you bring up?
I brought up the overtime, I brought up the money for professional services, the K-9. This is all, I've got different sheets. This is all just under the police department. And other contractual services, starting with overtime, how did we come to that agreement as far as what we spent last year, and this year you're gonna cut it 100,000. We did that last year at this time in the budget, and I mentioned that time that we shouldn't cut that. You took 100,000 away from overtime because of litigation. Well, guess what? We ended up spending 100,000 more. So I thought we'd learned last time that now we should leave that in there, and if it's not, if we find a way to cut that overtime, it'll be a plus and a bonus to that department. And that department can reap the benefit. But if we're gonna go in already seeing that we're gonna have to bite the bullet or whatever about $100,000, that's a lot. We saw last year from past practices that we weren't able to do that.
And again, I think when you look at the budget, and you're talking about police department, right?
Yep.
Yeah, again, looking at the police department, you know, they have to go, they have to go out there, you know, every department was challenged this next year to reduce overtime. And just to say, we're gonna give you a blanket amount, you know, there is no, number one, there's no challenge there. Number two, what's to say they'll go over the blanket amount that you do? So what you do is you challenge them, you tell them to cut overtime. And, you know, if we have to come back and look at this, you know, they'll have to come back to the first board and say, why overtime is going on there. We know that throughout the years, you know, especially last year alone, fire department, we approved, the board approved to have extended hours for the cooling center, for the heating center. So we know they would do that. The board approved for overtime, knowing it was going to go over and above budget for the street lights and fire hydrant repairs and things like that. So, but again, any department that sees there's going to be additional overtime, we've seen the fire department put it forward, we saw the first fire department put it forward, you know, the same thing for the police department. Police department has to come to the village board and say, you know what, we're going to be doing more than this year with this one. And the board needs to go off and number one, needs to be informed about it. Number two, needs to go off and get their approval. Just like they did for the fire department, just like they did for public works. So, you know, to say that, you know, we think they need more, well, they need to show why they need more.
But I understand everything that you said as far as, last November, I even mentioned that we were gonna be going over. The board did not approve, we just went over. I mean, the money we had, we knew that we were, back then, we were $10,000 away from going over, and that was in November of last year. We knew that. So, I mean, it's like, we can't go out and say, don't work overtime anymore come December, January, February, March, and April. But I'm looking at, instead of going through all that, you know, yes, everybody's biting the bullet. Yes, we did authorize overtime for public works because of what they were doing. We did authorize overtime for fire department because of what they were doing. But we didn't authorize, we didn't have a meeting and say we're going to authorize overtime for the police department. They just had overtime because of what happened.
No, we did it a certain way.
Oh,
but go back to the police department, we had 4 killings last year.
Okay, but we didn't authorize. We didn't come out and vote on it. It didn't happen.
Yeah, and the police department at that time was chief of all this, let us. Came and told us there's going to be additional overtime for these. So again, when the department has to go back and say, my overtime is over because of this, we know there's circumstances to do that. But you know, you don't, when you look at the overtime, again, $160,000 I think we gave this year. I'm trying to
That's what we had, okay, that's what we had last year.
Yeah, we gave $160,000 for overtime.
Okay.
Okay? So, again, you know, if you want to give them an extra $100,000, where are you going to take it from?
That's what I said when this budget was made out.
This is a.
That's why I asked when this budget was made out. When we first got a copy, I asked, where did these numbers come from and how did they just, because last year, the same thing happened. You took $100,000 away because of litigation. And that's what, and it came out of that particular budget because of litigation. That was your.
Because litigation on that department.
Yes. And that's why you said that time last year. This time you're taking the same $100,000 out.
Again, when you look at your general fund, the first 2 or 3 pages tell you where we're getting our revenues from.
Yes, it is, and that's not even close because there's going to be a lot of change. You even said yourself, we're going to lose close to $500,000. Okay.
This is a worst case scenario budget. But this is based off the proposed, what the governor's proposing. We've removed all those funds out of this budget. We have added, if we don't get our grant money for our based off what we're hearing from Springfield, based off what we're hearing from proposed from the governor. And again, we don't know if all the governor's proposals are gonna go through. But you know what? This budget here includes everything he's proposing.
David, I understand that, Mayor. Mayor, I do understand everything you're saying. Only thing I'm saying is this. You added $125,000 to that budget for overtime. I mean, not overtime, for part-time. You added that in there, $125,000. Now, you're taking away $100,000 of overtime away from it. Now, you do understand, which I know you do, that the overtime goes to the regular employees before it goes to the, part-timers.
Part-time is overtime. Part-timers are only 20 hours a week.
I said it goes, overtime goes to the full-timers before it even gets to the part-time.
And then part-timers are here.
I know that.
Okay.
What I'm saying
So
is,
they don't get.
we hired part-timers, okay? So you took that out of the overtime, basically you took it out of the overtime budget. And why are you looking at that, Mayor? Because I'm looking at the numbers for the K-9 expense account, we went up $5,000. Are we gonna have 2 K-9 or 1?
Can you refer to the page, please?
I'm sorry.
K-9 expense
4.
K-9 expense stayed at $6,000.
Okay, but we only spent 1,000. So that's what I'm asking, are we going to, you inflated that, so I'm asking, are we going to have 2 K-9?
There's not inflating that. The thing is, what ends up that has to happen is when the invoices come out of the police department, they have to identify what it's for. We know we spent more than $1,000 last year on K-9. We have, I'm sure the cost probably $8 more than $1,000 last year.
But
But
somebody
when
didn't
the
report.
invoices came to our department over here, the finance department, they were not identified as K-9 expenses. So that's why we left it at $6,000, because we feel that $6,000 is probably, you know, they gave it $1,000 last year.
Okay.
But we, you know, again, we have to make sure that invoices that they come across, and I've already talked to Mohan, to make sure that they're identifying correctly.
Okay, well, and then the last issue, this is just under the police department, other contractual services. I never did get an answer. We actually spent last year $150,000. Why are we budgeting $110,000 more for that? For what's contractual services? What is?
There's a couple things in there. You've got the dispatch center. They've requested that the employees get special shots. Every police officer has to get that shot.
I understand that, and that part, that's not,
Excuse me, I'm trying to get this mic to work.
that's not $100,000 shots and,
And the dispatch.
dispatch. Okay, okay. We're taking money out of the dispatch, and we're taking money out of all of the other departments for dispatch.
Department that uses.
So that's Ezra uses it, fire.
We need to go with that today because.
Ezra gets calls, don't they?
Hang on, for the dispatch center, there's one for says.
Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. How do we divide the dispatch center cost? I know the police department, the fire department, did anyone got to go to that?
Police department is 75%.
That's the way we're looking at it. And what you take it, in what line item did you take it from?
768. 125, 768.
Can y'all refer to the page, please, and speak up? I'm sorry to be rude, but we can't get back here.
Okay, 75,000, I'm sorry, 75%. So 75% is 110,000.
No, it's 285,000.
No.
It's 75% of 300,000 each year. Approximately, we are talking about 300,000 in.
I'm looking at 768, you said 768 at $263,000. 75% well, that's fine, I'm sorry. You're taking 75% of the budget for dispatch, whatever that number is. 75% of that is coming out of 263. Okay. So I'm asking the difference of what we spent. Did we contribute out of this particular line item 768 last year $150,000? Was any of that money part of dispatch? Okay. So then my question back again: $110,000 we're taking, or 100, because you said about shots and everything. So basically, about $100,000 is coming from the police department, which would include that 75% is $110,000.
No,
Or $100,000.
no, that's only 1/3.
That's what I'm asking.
In 263,800, we have built in 75% of $300,000.
75% $300,000 is more than $110,000.
200.
Yes, we are anticipating less other expenditure. We are putting 75% of $300,000.
I'm not going to continue to keep questioning, because right now I got enough to. I just don't see the numbers, and I'm not going on speculation, because you're telling me that 75% of $280,000 is only 110. I know better than that. So it's got to be, something's got to be. There's got to be something, but I'll leave that alone. I don't want to take up more time doing that, because I don't want to go out. Somebody else or whoever wants to ask questions, but those were some of my major items, because I know they're not going to change. I know that, the mayor said that this is going to be the budget, just asking questions. So I went through this last year. I'm not going to go through it again this year. I'm just looking at the things that I see. Some of those numbers need to stay like they were last year, because I don't see how much of a change we're going to have, that dramatic of a change from last to this budget to justify the numbers that I saw. So I'll yield to whoever else wants to talk about it.
Any other trustees or the public? All right. See anyone wants to move to public participation?
On behalf of the Sauk Citizen Awareness, I have a couple of questions, but first I want to say we have left numerous messages to try to avoid coming here and asking a couple of questions, but of course we couldn't get any answers. I don't know if Mohan was busy, whatever, but we never got a response to our request.
I saw you last night, could ask me. I saw you last night, you could ask me.
Well, like I said, I need to talk to the expert in that
You're right.
field, right? So, Okay, well then, you got all my answers today.
I don't so.
Okay, all right, let's start. Page 1, item 1. Property taxes, you indicated that we're going to, this budget indicates that we're going to get approximately $65,000 more in property taxes. I want to know, is this due to the tax levy or to the 30% decrease in vacancies that you have been talking about over the last 2 years? We levy 1.7%, but you also talk about a 30% reduction in vacancies. So where's the increase coming from?
Yeah, but just know we're on the same page. You're on page 1, and you're under property taxes?
Property taxes, the overall thing, asking you, there's an increase in it.
Go ahead.
The property tax levy collected is as of April 30th. So we have collected almost about, we budgeted for 2.715 million, but so far we have collected 2.655 million. So therefore, I'm projecting we're going to get approximately about 2.721 million for this budget year.
So this is due to the tax levy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what I need to know. According to considering the state of Sauk Village, what businesses, are we gonna increase the business licenses, or do we expect new businesses to come in here? How do you predict that we're gonna get $20,000 extra when there's no businesses coming here in Sauk Village?
Actually, as of last year, we have increased the business license fee that is not going to be effective until after May 30th afterwards. Therefore, I'm projecting approximately about 22,000 more than last year's.
So we're increasing the business
We
license fee?
we have increased, but it's going to be effective as of as of May 1st.
May 1st?
And we are in touch with businesses here in Sauk Village, so we are expecting,
So they know that?
we are expecting some movement. In fact, we just had another business that will be opening soon over in our TIF.
Okay.
So I think they're in there doing final work. I don't know if the fire department's been there for the final inspections over in the TIF. So we've had a business in there. Been contacted by 2 other businesses for the TIF area. So we're doing our best to get that 700,000 square foot building filled this next year. And we've also been in talks with a couple other businesses that are looking to establish.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, next question is that, according to you, Mr. Mayor, and also the Housing Commissioner, there has been a 30% reduction in the vacancy in the home. Can you explain to me why item building on page 1, building occupations and inspection has been virtually flat for the last 3 years? I mean, if we talk about reducing 30% of the vacancies here, I know for a fact that you have to pay to get your home inspector. So I want to know what happened to the revenue that these houses brought in, the 30% vacancies. Where is that noted in the budget?
It is in the line item 100,335 building permit.
Is where?
100,00335,000. It is on the first page.
You guys said that right?
It is under license and permit.
It's you go up 2 from where you were at, building occupation and inspections. One above it is sign permits, the one above that is building permits.
Building permits. So, in other words, $1,500 accounts for the 30% drop in vacancies?
I think,
We talking about building permits, right?
well, I think it's also building permits, but, again, when you talk about 30% reduction, our houses have started filling in Sauk Village. So, you're starting to see less vacant homes than what you did a year ago and 2 years ago.
So, say that again, I'm sorry.
We're having more homes filled now than were empty 2 years ago.
I understand that. But my point being that, according to you and also the Housing Commission, there should be about 795 houses back on the roll. But $1,500 is all we're getting for building inspections?
Well, you've got the building occupations and inspections also at $17,000, and that's an anticipated amount that's we anticipate this year.
But it's been virtually flat for the last 3 years.
Well, we brought in $700 more than what we expected or projected last year. We brought in $17,700 versus $17,000, and we were budgeting for $17,000 this year, rather than bumping it up.
Okay. I'm gonna live with that one. Item 4. Okay, also in item 4, you indicated that we'll be getting $25,000 for garbage collection fees, and that's been virtually flat for the last 3 years too. However, I would like to know what happened to the revenue that we're supposed to get since all these houses are back on board here in Sauk Village. So where's that money at? It's on, I'm on page 2,
Garbage collection fees.
25,000. It says garbage collection fees.
Yeah.
So you didn't account for 30% of vacancies, or I mean, what's going on?
Garbage collection fees are over and above what the village residents are charging. The village is a administration charge of, what, 50 cents?
Yeah, 50 cents per
50
account.
per account, okay? So it's pretty much rounded off at that 25,000. Last year, we brought in 22,000, and that's based off people that had paid their water bills, which includes their garbage bills. So I'm sure there's probably additional money out there that's probably due because people have left the village, haven't paid their water bills, and haven't paid their garbage bills. But again, you look at that 25,000, that's based off of the amount of people who are getting garbage pickup per account. The village gets a 50-cent administration fee, and that's so that we can collect these garbage fees, put it on our water bills, and end up paying, which is allied now, I think the Republic wanted to.
So in other words, you're telling me this is administrative fee for sending out the water bill? Okay.
That's anticipated money is coming in based
Anticipated.
off of 50 cents per account per month or something like that.
So it's you anticipate getting about 3,000 more than we get based on the number of vacancies the 30% that decline.
We anticipate that every resident will pay their water bill along with their garbage bill, and we should receive the $25,000 based off the amount of total bills and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So you look at 22,000, the village was shorted last year, 3,000 by people not paying their water bills, by people not paying their garbage bills and things like that.
Okay. See, items 4. Okay, you indicated $440,767 in grants that we should be receiving for various things, for the police, youth grant, all this sort of stuff. I was wondering, do we have any award letters or anything that supporting documents that identify that we're going to actually get this money?
This year is going out for grants.
I'm sorry, what?
These are the amounts that were going out for grants, like the Parks and Playground grant, okay? We know that last year, IDNR awarded that to Sauk Village. The governor signed off on previous governor. The new governor came in and put it on hold, okay? We are in talks with IDNR. In fact, last Wednesday when I was down in Springfield, I met with the new director of IDNR, Wayne, I can't remember his last name for some reason. We talked about that grant and the amount of work that we went through to get that grant. And I wasn't the only community talking to them. There's other communities that was awarded that. It's the Osmond grant, which Sauk Village was awarded. Right now, that money it's still there, and it's on hold. And we all know the new governor came in and he froze everything. So, the new governor is borrowing funds from everywhere to try to keep the state running. So they want to hold those funds in case he needs to borrow from those funds before they give it to us to make it through the budget year. So, we're expecting, a word from the IDNR on our Osland grant by within the next couple months. And that's pretty much the same thing he told every single community that was there. Because there's other communities that when they receive their letter, and I tell you, here's what happened. We received our letter that said, congratulations, you have received your funds. A day after the governor was elected, the day after the governor says he's putting a hold on everything. I took that letter, I told all the department heads, especially Kevin and Mohan, I said, don't spend any money because the governor just froze everything. About 3 weeks later, we received a letter from IDNR saying, your funds have been froze pretty much, don't spend them. We received another letter last month from the new director of the IDNRs telling us don't spend that money. But the problem is there's other communities that spent that money. And they paid it out of their general fund expecting to get reimbursed. And they were down there complaining louder than I was. I was pushing my point across, but they had already spent that money. Where, I told Mohan and Kevin and everyone, don't start spending anything, don't let anyone start any work.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question. You said we have supporting documents that show that these funds have been awarded to Sauk Village?
Yes.
So that's a support request on your way to you? Because I'd like to see where everything's going to be put on hold. And also to get back to this $335,000, this money, is this the same money that was promised when Towers was here for Parks and Recs. And hold on a minute, I'm not finished my question. Also, if we got this $335, I want to know who's developing the plan on how to spend this $335,000. There should be some kind of plan. Who's doing the plan?
There is a plan. In fact, we had put together a whole entire plan.
Okay.
I'll tell you the process this went through is we put together a plan. We had to go through interviews. They came out, looked at the park. They went through and wanted to see exactly what we were going to do. We had to do adjustments to the grant proposal because there are some things that they said they would not cover. I had to go down to DNR in Springfield, and then I had to give a presentation before a board, and Sauk Village was picked. I had that board sitting out here at many of the meetings that showed the park, the work that was going to be done. I mean, that park includes new signage, new playground equipment, a quarter-of-a-mile walking path, a soccer field, redoing every one of our baseball fields, all ADA walkways, a new batting cages. I mean, it's everything we put together, along with the cost, the work to be done. And again, that board sat out here. I had it out here at many of the meetings, so the residents would see it. It had a flip chart, I don't know if you remember it, but it had a Mylar flip chart that here's a picture of the park. When you put it back over the top, it showed you everything new, where it was going to go.
So that information is still available?
Yeah, I think I got it in my office.
Huh?
I think it's still in my office.
Okay, wow. Be visiting me soon. Okay. Second question off the place. So I would like copies of all these board requests and the award letters saying that, that these grants are on their way. And also, speaking of grants, you also mentioned that we have numerous meetings with you, the Sauk Village Citizen Public Workers, indicating that we're going to get a $75,000 grant for fire hydrants.
How much have we received on that?
And
We
we're
have gotten so far about $25,000.
25,000, and we went out and purchased
We
the
have
fire hydrants.
investment.
And I told them, as soon as the money comes in, purchase the fire hydrants. They purchased the fire hydrants.
where is that at? On the budget?
Oh, it's in water fund.
It's in the water fund? What page are you looking at?
Page number 11.
Page
It's
11.
in state grants.
See, I'm
That's
not,
shown
I don't
as
have the.
80, and I've shown it as 80,750.
So we've received $18,750 so far. And this year we're expecting to receive another $56,250 that's under state grants. And
Okay, so we do have supporting documents for that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to put. See, on page 3. Now, even though residents are paying this $2 extra for infrastructure repair, you indicated that we're going to take, you guys are going to use $300,000 for the water fund. Now, through all this budget talking, that I haven't heard anybody say that there's going to be any improvement to replacing pipes or repair infrastructure. So I'd like to know, how are you guys justified using the funds from the water fund to fix other things that is not related to water?
All right. First of all, what page are you on?
Page 3, I guess. 3, right. It says water from water and sewer fund.
Okay.
I think I got it from budget report, you guys. It's
Water-
$300,000 going to be transferred from the water fund.
Right. And those are for administration. And this is something that's been done going back probably ever since the village was put in place.
Well, we didn't have all these kind of water problems. I mean, we got water
I
problems.
went back all the way to what, back when previous trustees were sitting on the board to make sure that these monies were moved, and they were. So, again, I think if you look at, there's administration fees that have been charged, both taken out of the water fund and the sewer fund to the village. So this is nothing new. There was one time it did not happen. It was in 2010. And right around that time is when we started having all the problems with, that money we could move because we ended up having to start paying for some of the issues we had with the temporary air strippers and things like that, if I remember right. My timing might be a little bit off. But I think there was only 1 year that money was not transferred. And again, I went back to the early years, going back probably about 3 administrations, just to make sure that these funds were whole. So, because I heard last year that it was the first time it was ever done in the history, and it's not. We've done a little checking to make sure how much was taken every single year, how much from the water fund, how much from the sewer fund.
Well, just because it's been done before doesn't mean it's right. And when you move money out of the water fund, it should be used for something related to water. Residents don't know you're just using their money for whatever you want them for. You know, we talk about water. We got big problems here with water issues. We talk about contaminated water. We talk about infrastructure improvement. Why not take that $300,000 and put it on the water where it should be? I don't know why you're using the $300,000 for the water fund to balance this budget. It's ridiculous. That's not fair to us. I mean, now you probably understand why they don't want to pay water fund, water bill, because you're not using money what it's supposed to be. But let's move on to something else.
But I think too, is that everyone has a miscommunication that they're paying $2 extra. They're not. In fact, the residents are paying approximately $3 less than what the referendum was. And if you go back, you'll find out that the village board raised the water rates to over $10 per 1,000 gallons by what was done by referendum. And shortly after that, it was amended and brought back down to $7.50 per 1,000 gallons. So, you know, you're paying $3 less. And if you don't believe me, you can go out there. It's on the website. You can look at the under ordinances and stuff. So,
not believable or not. I'm not
so,
trying
no,
to disparage.
I'm just saying, really, when you look at it, the $5.50 per 1,000 was to bring the village up so it was cut even.
Even, yes.
The additional $2.50 was because there's additional fees and things that have to be done for, especially the airstripping, for maintenance, for things like that, because we know that things are going to happen throughout the year. So you have to have that extra $2. And again, the village isn't paying an extra $2. The water fund, the water fee is $7.50 per 1,000, and that's lowered from the $10 and what was it, 85 cents or something per 1,000 where it was. So it has been lowered, and there is an ordinance out there that shows it was amended.
Well, we don't want to debate that because, you know, I stand up here all day and debate you on water, but that $10 belongs to Lake Michigan water, but that's another issue. But next question is, we're supposed to get $55,000 back reimbursement for air stripping, for the temporary air stripping. Where is that in the budget?
It's not here because the attorneys have not discussed yet with the Schrader or the Ocean Environmental.
Okay, what has happened on there is a company that sold Sauk Village the air strippers. They went under, right? They're no longer around. There's another company that has come in and I guess started to take over their resources and stuff. So what we have to do is go back and negotiate with this new company that has taken over the company and see if they will uphold the agreement that the previous company had.
Okay. Also, excuse me, y'all have to be quiet. The next item is on page 3. You indicated, well, $6,000 put in the budget for fireworks. And I think you guys might want to relook at that. I mean, consider we broke, we don't need to be spending $6,000 on fireworks. Our opinion. Okay, page 4. You indicate, well, this indicates that the professional services, I'm assuming this is the attorney's fees that we have to pay for litigation, that it has been virtually flat for the last 3 years. So according to the mayor, he said that litigation has been down since he's been in office. So I want to know why is $500,000 included into this budget when litigation is down? Page 4, it says professional services, 10005726000. Yeah, you got $450,000 in here for professional services. I think the is under general fund. I think I got a different budget from you guys.
That's under general.
You got it?
Good.
Is it $7,000 you're talking about? Or?
It says, right here,
Oh, that's on administration. That's page,
Oh, administration.
that's page.
That is down because there are a lot less lancers now going forward, therefore we have budgeted less than last year.
I know you budgeted less than last year, I'm just saying the overall average is $500,000 every year. Now, the Bear has indicated that the litigation has been down. I'd like to know why we're still paying them $500,000.
The line item has attorneys and engineering fees and other miscellaneous fees, like on and off we use the attorneys as well as other consultants, other general consultants, wherein we budget for other general consultants also. The attorney's fees is averaging approximately about $30,000 per month, which will come up to about $360,000,
So
plus
you said,
other engineering fees, plus other miscellaneous fees will also be included in that line item.
so now you're telling me this is attorney's fees plus engineering fees?
Plus any other professional services that we receive.
Okay, let me write that one down. Okay. Okay, page 9. You indicated that we have a youth grant. I also want to know, do we have an award letter for that? And I'm not quite sure, what does fringe benefits include $755? Is that fringe benefit?
Fringe benefit.
Excuse me, Mohan, I didn't finish off. Yes, now, you are here, but come on.
I want to answer
It's painless,
quick.
okay? But fringe benefits for the part-time employee, why are we paying, why is the budget for $755 when this is a youth grant?
It is not a grant, it is, we don't have any other line item, that's why I have elected to include in grant expenditure. It is not a grant, it is the usual general expenditure. The fringe benefit includes only social security benefit that we are offering. There is nothing other than social security tax, we are not paying anything.
Oh, so in other words, you telling me now that this is not a grant,
It is not.
and that we're supposed to know about this, and this, the fringe benefits include, we're paying them social security benefits.
That's all.
And I need you to straighten that out. Okay.
Part-timers will get only social security benefits.
Okay. And I want to go back and ask a question on the ESDA. Mark asked for it to be $1,200 taken out, so I think you guys forgot to change that, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm changing.
all right. Now, this is something I really wasn't quite sure. On page 10, you indicate that there's a $60,000 professional service for audit.
For,
For audit, municipal audit?
Yes.
Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay, now, the other day when we were here, you said audits for 2013, 14, I don't know if you said 15 were already complete. So can you tell me what
It included only 2 years of audit.
2 years of audit for
Right.
for what years?
2013, 14, 2014, 15.
But the other day they said it was already paid for, so what is this $60,000 for?
It's for this year.
This is,
We do an audit every year.
I understand that. So this is $60,000 for 2015, for 15 to 16, right?
correct.
Okay, so we, okay. Okay, page 11. Now, I think this question was asked before. There's some liability insurance that we don't pay. It's like $511,997. And as I understand, this was for the dispatchers. This is on page 11, insurance, total liability insurance.
Yes, it includes property liability insurance as well as workers' comp insurance.
Okay, well, my question is to you that since the dispatcher is only responsible for the next 90 days, and this is an annual fee, why is it so much money? Isn't that supposed to be reduced?
It is not in the line item.
It's not.
The line item you should be looking at is 100,005.
100, 005.
708
It's listed where?
100,005 708 000.
000.
The line item insurance, that should have been unemployment insurance, but
She's looking for,
it,
she's want to know why the liability insurance didn't go down. Because the liability insurance that you see here, it's not just the insurance for employees. We have liability insurance for the building you're sitting in, for our community center, for our police department, for our public works, for the vehicles, those things that we drive. So when you look at our liability, what can we be liable for, I guess, if you want to say, in case there's accidents, things like that. So, right, fire, our buildings are covered in case we have a major fire, if anything happens in here. Just like you have homeowners insurance, we have liability insurance for everything that we have.
Well, I still want to restate my question since the dispatcher's not over here. How come we have to pay all this? Shouldn't that be reduced?
Because we still have the police department over there, and we still
I
have.
said dispatchers.
And the dispatchers are located inside the police department.
Okay, and they're going to be gone after 90 days. Shouldn't whoever they get an appointment with pick up their liability insurance, or are we still going to be responsible?
This is not.
This is not connected with any dispatchers. It is connected purely for the insurance of property and liability insurance. Workers' compensation insurance, liability insurance, and property insurance. It has nothing to do with the dispatchers.
Okay.
In case if the dispatchers are unemployed after the termination from village employment, then they have been budgeted, as I said, in 100,05708 000.
Okay, well, in that line, okay, can you tell me how much it is? I don't know. So we're paying for insurance for unemployment for dispatchers
Right.
who no longer is going to be working with the village after 90 days.
Right. In case if they go file unemployment with the state unemployment insurance, then we are liable to pay or reimburse state unemployment insurance for that amount.
Okay, right. Okay, on page 12, you indicated that $444,556 is listed for property taxes. However, on the first page, this page is on the fire fund. Page 12, I'm sorry, it's on the fire fund. The $446,556. That's first line on page 12. However, on page 1, it shows $444,556 under police protection. So is that police protection or fire fund?
Police protection is different, fire protection is
So they have the same amount of money?
Right.
Okay.
Fire fund has its own, its own taxing.
I understand
So
they have their own tax
you have different funds. You have general fund, fire fund.
the same amount of money. That's what we're amazed.
Yeah, because there's a property tax limitation of 0.06%
Okay.
for both the fire as well as police. Therefore, I have elected to
Okay.
do the same tax.
Fine. We just wanted to know. On page 12, also, you have $30,000 for the fire grant revenue. Can you tell me what's that for, and do we have a award letter for that?
It is in anticipation of fire chiefs, per fire chief, we have included in the budget. He said he's going to apply for some grant. That's why I have shown the dollar amount in budget. I don't have the details.
Yeah, the department has their challenge every year to go out and get grants and get, to bring more in from the department. You know, This year, I think the fire chief was challenged to go out and get some grants. Last year, he was challenged, he got a $25,000 grant for the new breathing equipment, and I can't remember what he got, but again, fire gear, thank you. So, no, this year, what are we gonna apply for this year?
I applied again for another 25,000 to finish up the fire here, but we haven't heard nothing.
So again, when we put it in here, in case we get it, and we just try to stay positive. And the fire department has done very good every year to get the grants that they apply for.
So you, in other words, we don't have a board letter.
It's projected.
I understand it's projected, so you project what you don't have. Okay, page 15. Okay, this is something I really don't understand. You indicated, well, the budget indicates that the MFT funds have like a little over $264,000 in there. Okay, that's what we anticipate getting. Okay, and also, we're gonna transfer a fund from the CDBG block grant $400,000. That leaves a total of $664,000, okay? However, on the budget analyst page, right there, you indicated that, we got, appropriations by source, we got $664,000 in MFT and additional $400,000 in CDB block grant, which is not true. We got $264 from MFT, I'm sorry, and 400 from CDG, and the combination of the two is the 664. So can you please explain to me how you get 664 for the MFT, and then additional 400,000 for the CDB block grant? And I'll show it to you.
Because 400,000 is what we apply for through CDGB, Community Development Block Grant.
I understand that.
Okay. That money, when it comes in, it shows as being revenue coming in through CDGB. We take that revenue and we add it into MFT funds, along with whatever we have in MFT fund, and it's what we use to go out and do our home repairs that we apply for that year.
Okay, well then that's a total of 664,000, which is fine. We agree with that. But on this sheet, and I'll show it to you, Mohan. You got the total up here, and then you have additional $400,000 here. These things are supposed to be split.
This is different.
No, I'm talking about this.
No, this is a separate fund.
Oh.
$100,000.
So we get $800. $800.
When we get the money, we will deposit in CDBG fund, different fund. When we get funds for CDBG, we will deposit in CDBG fund. Then we will take that money back and deposit in MFT fund. Therefore, all the funds will be equal at the year end.
Well, okay, looking as a president, if you look at this means that we got $400,000 more than we should. You add this total up, and that's not true.
It is true. It is true. Because, as I told you, the CDBG fund is a different fund. Think that you have a different fund, different combination of dollar amount in 10 bank accounts with $100,000 each. Total will come up to $100,000. The same way it is, CDBG is a different fund, therefore we have to show it as different fund receipt and fund expenditure. When you, at the year end, you will have 400,000 in CDBG revenue as well as expenditure in CDBG expenditure that will come into MFT as a transfer in. When you transfer the money from CDBG into MFT, it will record there as 400,000.
I understand that, but if you look at this, and you'll see that we got, I'll belabor this, because I don't want to sit down.
Because it is appropriation.
Now, cost of appropriation, this looks like we got $400,000 more than we entitled to. You can take a look at it.
You are incorrect.
Okay, well, anyway, let me go on to the next one. The next one is that, on page 15, you indicated that we had all these operating expenses and everything that, you
will be spent on construction,
Construction of what?
construction of road repair.
Okay, in that case, Mr. Mayor, can you tell me what construction projects are on the horizon for this $400,000? And you guys really need to go back and look at that, like,
There's a resolution that has already been passed, that tells you every single street that will be repaired this year.
okay, can you tell me what resolution is that? I'll ask for it for you, but.
Yeah, and this has been announced at board meetings, we passed
I don't know,
resolutions.
it's board meeting, not to ask.
So I don't remember what the number is.
I will get the information.
You get the information.
Okay, all right, but I still, yeah.
But we've announced, in fact, first time I don't have it with me. I usually can tell you exactly all the streets we did in 2012, 2013, 2014, we're going to do 2015.
Okay, all right. I really would like you guys to go back and, because that 264,000 plus that 440 is not sitting right with me. The explanation you gave me is just not reasonable. Item on page 16, for the Illinois, for the emergency telephone system 911, you propose that we get 61,000 in revenue for next year. Now, since we won't be doing all the 911 calls, I mean, some of that stuff will go someplace else. Do we get all that money, or is this something, you know?
It
we
will
have to
be,
share?
that money will be sitting in emergency telephone service board fund.
If we sit in the emergency one,
Emergency telephone service fund, it will not go nowhere.
it will not be going up there. So we're gonna have to share with the people. Okay, all right. On page 18, you indicated that we're gonna get $56,250 in grant from state grants. Can you tell me what are they for, and if we got award letters for those?
Can you say that again, sir? What was it?
Page 18,
Okay.
and what it says, state grants, $56,250.
One grant is for $25,000.
$25,000.
Yes, that is for repairing the fire hydrants. There is one grant for $50,000. $25,000 will be used for fire hydrants, and another $25,000 will be used for repair of P.L.A.N for the water fund.
And this goes back to what we talked about in the very beginning, where we've already received $18,750. We're expecting the other $56,250, which should run up.
By the end of this year.
It's up to ground.
Okay, so see, the budget's not making it clear, so we don't know we got that. Okay, so, also on here, page 18, there's a $670,000, I guess this is the money left over from the loan.
Correct.
And I'd like to know what is that money earmarked for? And I also would like to know, I'm not finished my question. What did the government send you from that saying that we had to repay the money back? What is the payment schedule? I mean, did we get something from the state saying that, we have to pay back whatever, so many times and whatever? And also, couldn't think of it, since we're not paying the $2, this $670,000 is for the repair of the wells, right? The additional repairs on the wells, right? Okay, so do we have the award? We got the award letter. So my question is, none of this is going to be used to replace the pipes or anything like that, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back to your question first of all. Is this the remaining of the $4.8 million?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
it is.
fine, yeah.
That's remaining. The work is supposed to be finished by the end of this month. So
All the money's going to be gone?
So all that money will go out probably within the next couple of months to pay off all the remaining work. Again, we've got this as we talked about at the beginning, worst case scenario. If the governor does not release our grant money, our loan payment is $335,000, and it's figured into the water fund to pay that $335,000.
We have something from the government, demanding payment or something? We got something from them saying we got
But
Do we have a demand letters for payment? How much is gonna pay a month?
do we know how much we expect a month?
Yeah.
Mo-Line has reached out to the IEPA, see what our loan's going to be. They've already told us what our loan payment's going to be per year.
Okay.
We've got everyone working on this. We've reached out to all our state reps. I've met with the governor 3 times already, where I've been able to be in front of his face and, ask him to release these funds. We've been in contact with the IEPA. So, again, this is another one of the things that the governor came in and froze. He saw $4.8 million to pay off this loan, and he froze it on us.
So in other words, we don't know how much we gotta pay back every month.
We do. No, it's $335,000 a year.
A year, so divide that by 12. So we got the demand letter, in other words, I'm asking you. In other words, Robinson Engineers stood up here and said that this loan might be forgiven. Has anybody asked them to forgive the loan? Why did we have to pay $335,000 back? Did they send us the demand letter for payment? And when is the first payment due?
First payment's due in August, right?
Okay, so we got the demand, I'd like to forward you that. I give you, man, you can say, look, right there, give you copies of all this stuff, that I'm asking you. Okay. Move on to the next slide. On page 18, you indicated there's $55,000 for overtime in the water fund. And Kevin indicated when he was here that that's $55,000 to be used for lights and water. Can anybody tell me what lights have to do with water?
Because they replace street lights.
What does lights have to do with water? We talking $55,000 from the water fund. What does that have to do with lights? No, that's what I should have said.
Again, when our employees are doing everything. I mean, you look at our public works department, it's really our public works department, you got water department, you got sewer, they do streets. I mean, our guys that work for the water department are the same ones that plow your street. So we only have, 7 or 9 employees? Is it 9? We have 9 employees. They do everything. They do everything from fixing your water main breaks, to replacing fire hydrants, to fixing street lights, to plowing your streets, to pothole filling, to cutting tree limbs.
But what does that have to do with the water fund?
So that's,
Okay,
No,
let's move on.
again, the $55,000 this year is, just like last year we spent $52,000. Now we're looking at this year to continue doing the work on doing fire hydrants, repairing fire hydrants, and things like that. So, yeah, those are things that we're going to continue working on.
My suggestion is that you guys need to send out some kind of information to the residents saying that everything you put in the water fund is not used for water-related items. You need to tell them that it's used for everything else but water. But that's my suggestion. Going to page 23. Okay, this is the CNN fund. You guys have been sitting on that money for 2 years. When we were here last time, I can't remember the date, somebody was supposed to get together with Robinson Engineer to draw up an application on, who's supposed to be entitled to the noise mitigation fund and all this sort of stuff. Now, you guys have been sitting on this money for 2 years. And according to the budget analyst report, no disbursements will be given out this year. I want to know why you guys keep holding on to that money.
$240,000.
$240,000 is left in the noise mitigation fund from CNN fund. And it shouldn't take you that long to develop an application to give the residents. I want to know why you guys holding on to it. This is for residents.
Do you remember who was on that committee that developed that application?
My question is to you. What's taking you guys so long?
I'm just asking, do you remember who was on that committee to develop that?
I know Robert Engineer was supposed to be responsible for it. That's all I know now. So I'd like to know what's going on with it and why you guys keep holding on to the money.
I will look into it, but again, when it comes to any type of, funds like this, they have to be used for what they're for. We don't.
My point is that.
Trustee Burgess and I are on the original committee, but I believe when that question was asked, because residents were looking to get some of that money, Trustee Burgess was going to work with Jim to figure out out what the process was gonna be and an application or what, because people were coming up here looking for an application and there was not one. So I'm not sure where that has been, but that was the last time we heard anything about it. That was probably 3 months ago.
So can we do something at the next meeting? Update the board?
First of all, we have to find out, we have to put a limit. We're gonna see what boundary and what, we have to do all the logistics. I understand what you're saying, but you only have $240,000. So we have to put a limit on per house, and we have to look at the, vicinity, because certain homes qualify, certain homes don't qualify for it. And you're right, we've been working on it. I apologize, I haven't been working as hard as I should have been. I've been doing other things. I got some personal things that I've been trying to take care of. But I talked to Jim just last meeting, and he told me that we're going to be moving forward. As soon as I find out something, I will put it out there and bring it to the rest of the board and let you know in paper form, one word in writing.
Okay, well, my only comment is it's been 2 years. This is a little bit too
Well,
long.
we've had the money for 2 years, and that's why we haven't moved it. That's why I don't like, to borrow from it, don't want to use it, and you're right, I don't want to use the money to borrow and use it for other things. That money was earmarked for that, and it should stay there until.
And it should be given to the residents when
Well,
it's supposed to. We
as they apply.
got interest on our money.
As they
But,
apply.
okay, well,
So let's say, can you do something in the next 30 days, come back to the board?
Yeah, we should have something in 30 days.
So in 30 days, the committee meeting, at the committee meeting,
The 1st of June,
right?
okay, 1st of June.
yes.
Okay, well, that's the end of my questions. But anyway, I got a couple cost saving initiatives I want to take fast. Anyway, first one, you indicated that we would save $43,692 if we remove the perks of the cell phone and the vehicles from the employee. My suggestion and our suggestion is that you take those 2 line items, move them over to Parks and Recs, give that program a really good start, and instead of giving those perks to the employees, give those perks to the kids. It's a win-win for everybody. The residents would be happy. I think the employees would live without perks for a few minutes, and that would include add additions to the actual program whenever whoever else takes over the program. We need to give that program a running start. Okay.
Is that a pun? Is that a pun, the running start?
Well, yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, the second one, can I have your attention? Can I have your attention? Can I have your attention? Well, we'll wait till Ms. Williams stop talking about the mother.
All right.
I believe I answered your question, so you can go.
Okay. All right. But I can't talk over.
I think it's a great idea what you're saying for the kids, and I just wonder where it was 6 months ago when Trustee Paskin was looking for my Parks and Recs. Like all these things. And we're talking about moving money from here to there, but Trustee Paskin's been looking for money for 2 years, and I just think it's a great idea.
Well, you know
That's what happened 6 months ago.
you're absolutely right, but that was your job to find money.
All right.
Okay, I've been really nice to them. That's good. My suggestion is, for the police chief, even though the salary is in the budget, we suggest we want to reinstate this, is to take a portion of that salary, give it to Salisbury, because she's a tried and true employee. Herman will get what he needs. He needs a person that out there who really knows the street and knows the office. And the rest of the money can be given to Parks and Recs. That would be a win-win for everybody. The police will be happy, Herman will be happy, and we residents will be happy. That's item 2. And also there's room in there for his assistant too, for that police chief money. The item 3, the $36,000 that we're paying the lobbyists.
It's not in there.
Okay,
Done.
that's my question. So where is that in the budget? What did you put it at? It's long. What did you put it at?
I'll pay for the administrator.
Us for the administrator? Oh, okay. Well, never that, we gonna manage. Now, and the last thing is that, we would like you to, trustees, take a second look whenever you have to borrow money from the water funds. We might stop using money for grass cutting, but in bridge, if they don't have any money, don't get it from the water fund. The water fund is supposed to be used for water-related items. We have so many problems here with infrastructure. Even if they don't want Lake Michigan water, and we use the wells, the infrastructure still has to be fixed, and you guys need to stop spending that money for the water fund. As simple as that. Stop borrowing from it, and put the money where it's supposed to be. And the last thing is that use the money what it's intended for. Those are my suggestions.
I just have one quick question. Do we owe any money to the water fund right now?
A little bit, probably about.
How much is a little bit?
Probably about.
How much?
Probably about 250,000 approximately.
A little bit. Isn't that a couple pipes, a couple inches of pipe?
It is.
There you go.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Francine Anderson, and I'm here to participate in your public announcement of your 2015-2016 budget. If you want, we can go through page by page, sir, and then I have some other comments on the additional information that was provided that is not covered in your 29 pages. I can start with page 1. On page 1, there's sales tax. Last year you said that we used $423,850, and now you're projecting $473,816, which is an increase of $50,000. Can you tell me what kind of businesses are we going to have that will raise that $50,000 when we have currently been losing businesses?
There we go over this again. For that number, we look at streets, and you want?
That statistics is based on, L&I Department of Revenue projection. I have taken that projection and projected the future sales tax revenue.
So the grand total is 743,000. What we have here is what was estimated.
Okay. So let's just make sure I'm clear so that when we go through the rest of the numbers, then I will be clear that we are following the same kind of thing. On your summary page, it says the budget narrative highlights for all funds. Are you saying that you used 2010? Because here it says Illinois income taxes are budgeted at 50% rate per capita of $97, and the population is 10,506. That was our 2010 number.
Yeah, you're talking about the Illinois state income tax, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, what our numbers are based off of is what the governor has provided. Our numbers are based off of, this is where we've talked about the LGDF, governmental distributed funds. The governor's projecting on taking away $50 per capita. So these are numbers that have been provided through the IML and through the governor's office, where we look at our reduced amount will be $509,551 this next year. And then I think the Illinois, IML and the governor's office, I think the numbers were pretty much right on.
Right.
So, and we're not the only community. Every single community across the state of Illinois is taking a 50% reduction.
Okay, so my question, let me just, maybe I can rephrase it and that might be helpful. And then that is, from what you have in your summary, aren't we using the 50% rate of $97 per 10,506 residents? And what are your totals?
I think we're looking at $50 or something. It's like $50 per capita. That's what the governor is reducing it to. He's not, it's going from the $97, $100 down to $50. That's why there's a reduction in that number. And we've been talking about it for board meetings. At board meetings, we've asked residents to contact their state representatives to ask the governor not to cut our LGDF funds.
So then your sentence that you read, that you put out to us, is just kind of backwards, in my understanding.
Maybe.
It has to be, because right here you said, it's in your numbers. It says the Illinois income tax are budgeted at 50% per capita rate. of $97 and a population of 10.5 based on IML projections. And then per Governor Brown's cut of LGDF by 50%. So was our $97 the proposed rate that we had at first, or was the proposed rate 2 times the $97?
No, it's 50%, if you read it again, 50% of the $97 per capita. 50% of $97 is really 40-some dollars, and they rounded up to $50. And they took that $97 and $100. So if you were to say 50% of $100 is $50 per capita. Again, some lawyer was wrote that.
Of course, I'm sure. We pay them very well. That will be a part of my discussion as well, sir. So then, you saying that the additional $50 was because that's when you did the math, you did the per capita of the sales tax amount, then that's how you got this number in my mind. That's $50,000 more.
You're talking two different things. You're talking state income tax, and you're talking sales tax.
Okay, but then tell me where you get the sales tax money from.
Sales tax number is based off of the state tax, based off luxury tax, based off of...
Sales tax is based on 1% sales tax collected by Illinois Department of Revenue. The total tax is 6.75% in Cook County. In Sauk Village, it is about 6.75. Out of 6.75, 1%, that means 1%, that is 6.75 minus 5.75 equals 1%. 1% will come in as a sales tax revenue to the village of Sauk Village.
Okay, so that's how you got the $473,000.
Yes, based on the Illinois Department of Revenue statistics and projection.
Okay, that's it, what y'all said. Thank you. We can go page 2. I'm on total fee release. You say you expended $150,000 and then you increased it by 30. I'm interested in understanding why. Is it the same justification? On page 2, total release fee?
Again, it's less than what was projected last year. Last year was projected about $220,000. There was only $150,000, and we look at this year being $180,000.
Yeah, but we only spent $150, so you're adding 30?
It's projected. Again, these are fees and services you're under, correct?
Yeah, fees and services, that's what it says, page 2.
Right.
Of 29?
Is there a projected number of what we project?
So, we understand that a budget is projections, but then when you get ready to do something, you always say it has been budgeted for. So this is your projection, so you have the money to do what you need to do when you want to say, this is what it's been budgeted for, right? Because I mean, that's the answer I get when I come to board meetings and I ask questions about your accounts payable. You say to me that it's been budgeted for. So now you're saying to me in the budget hearing, it's just a projection. Which one is it going to be?
These are fees and services that you're looking at, right?
Yes.
These are projected fees that we're projecting will come in.
Because we have already,
You're going to get $30,000.
for the current year, we have already received about $150,000 in fines. And we are projecting we should be able to make more money. That means another $30,000 more money in fees. Therefore, I have budgeted $180,000 in fines.
That means we're going to tow about 200 more cars?
Probably, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, we can go to page 3. Like Ms. Houston, I also have a question about the grant that we have not gotten as of yet. I see it's again projected in your budget. I would caution the trustees not to continue to vote for budgets that have projected grants in it that we do not gonna have money for. Just like Governor Raumer has decided that he has cut funds, we are not gonna have that money. So to project that $335,000 in our current budget, I think is disastrous. That's a problem. Because you have it here, and then you're gonna say that you had that projected. You can wait and amend the budget, so it don't have to be here, sir.
But let's get back to, it's a grant.
It said parks, it said playground grant,
Parks and playground grant.
$335,000.
335,000, you got it. So,
With nothing spent in 2015.
that's right, because it was frozen. So we're still projecting that we're going to get, and we hope to get all of it, maybe we get some of it. It's in here and it's under Parks and Recs to do that work once we receive that money.
And if it never comes into 2018, we still have it sit here under the 2015 budget.
If it doesn't come, we don't spend it. That's the thing about that, and all our departments are that way. Fire department's projecting, they're going to be getting grants, they're going to be getting some more fire equipment stuff, so.
And I hope that it's not budget. So you're trying to tell me that you're gonna balance, this is presenting a balanced budget to the citizens with all these projections of stuff we don't have?
Right now, we don't have any of this.
I know we don't. That's why I wanna know why it's in your budget. That, to me, that's not logical, so.
So,
I can't spend money that I don't have.
well, you project you're going to make how much this year, and you're going to project that you're going to spend so much for food, so much for electric, so much for gas, so much for your house payment.
That's right.
And you project that this year. You don't have a year's worth of salary. I'm not going to say you don't, but you probably don't have a year's worth of salary sitting inside there to do your budget. You
I have
project
projected with the salary.
Okay, so, but again, most people project what they're going to make. The village is no different than the average citizen who projects what they're going to make so they can make their car payment, their house payment, their electric, their gas, buy food on their table. They project that money's coming in. The village is no different than the average person that has a budget at home.
And you just sent your family to a homeless shelter because you over budgeted by 90% and left them with 10%. From the example that you gave me, you just budgeted your family at 90% over what you're gonna get. So then you left them 10%. So that means that they're gonna go to the homeless shelter. That's not good math. Now, I'm only using your example because I'm just running through numbers, sir. That's all I was interested in doing. I'm trying to understand your increase. And I'm still on page 3, and I got 29 to go because I think I got it on every page. I am on transfers. Under transfer from TIF 2 and 3, you projected $250,000. Last year, we only spent $211,000, but now we're back up to $250,000. Why didn't you just lower that number? So a little bit, maybe $5,000 over what we spent. Not to go back up $39,000. And right under that, you have transfer from funds fire, that was $25,000, and then now for this proposed budget, you spent $25,000 this year alone, but then next time you don't expended anything, but then you keeping the $335,000 from the parks grant. It's not adding up. The strategy is not balanced. On that same page, we go to miscellaneous. On your 2014 budget, you had $97,000. We spent $157,000. And then you budgeted $150,000. So we already in a deficit of $7,000. I'm just adding. That's all I know how to do is add and subtract. I would also like some clarification. Under this miscellaneous, you have refunds and reimbursements. You budgeted $5,000, but you spent $120,000.
It is not the spending, it is the revenue. Please correct yourself.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, this is what, okay, you made it.
We anticipate only getting 5,000, but we brought in 120,000. So,
So where did we get that reimbursement from? I would love to know.
We got the reimbursement for the court cases, almost about $125,000 to get the reimbursement for 2 of the officers for which we had a court settlement. We got the reimbursement from the insurance company.
Sauk Village has a $50,000 self-insured. We paid over the $50,000 self-insured. We received back whatever we were over our $50,000. Right? Correct?
Yes.
Very good. So where's that money gonna be expended from, since we got it back? I'm sorry. What part of the budget fund can I go and show where that's gonna be expended?
Falls under general fund.
Okay. When I get
Again, you're looking at last year's numbers. This year's is back to 30,000.
At the same part on page 3, can you answer me why it says regular employee wages, we spent $125,000, what? This said current projected, so tell me if I'm wrong, is that added, Mohan, or am I doing this wrong too? And then you're projecting only $10,000?
This is for administration.
So under administration, we only, gonna expend an additional $10,000? And you just add 2 new staff? Is he under administration? The new position?
The administrator
Yes.
falls under every department.
Okay, so you took, I noticed that too, sir. So some of his salary is coming from every department?
Correct.
And what is his salary again, sir? I would let that be.
80,000.
And then the clerk that's gonna work with him, that is currently, is that person employed as of yet?
Yep.
Okay, how much is that salary?
20,000.
I'm not paying for, I still have questions. Under contractuals, it said insurance. So was it 35,000 and then now we're gonna boost it up to 143,000? Is that income as well, Mohan, or is that also a subtraction?
That's anticipation for if we have to pay any type of unemployment insurance for our dispatchers.
First page.
So that was an increase of $97,000.
Yeah. Whatever it is. Again, that's if we have to pay it out. But as of right now, all of our dispatchers have been offered a job, and last I heard, all of them declined to accept the job. So,
What?
So far, the stuff that we have in the budget that we're projecting that kind of we're not sure about is up to $500,000 from our discussion. Under the summary for administration, it says other contracts, other contractuals. Can you kind of explain to me what that is? I'm kind of lost. I'm not sure. But I noticed that from the 2014 to the 2015-16 budget, there is a difference of what, a drop maybe 100,000?
those are for lawsuits. Again, we are $50,000 self-insured per case. We know we got one case already that's going to be coming out.
So then, under administration, I guess we're still in administration, on page 5, because we're still there. Then it says French totals, and it says personnel. again, I just wanted to highlight that that's only $10,000. Then in the next part of the administrative budget, I noticed that all of the committees had money, and now you've taken them all out of you took all the fundings out for the committees, sir, which is good, except for the police and fire commission. And I wanted to say that the seniors committee spent $1,000 last year, and I see that you have nothing expended for them. I wanted to give you some positive, something to say that I'm glad that you finally put in zero for seniors, because our seniors have very good fundraising, and they have tended to be self-sufficient, so that's a very good thing. But right now, the contractual services, I don't know. How did you get the $825? Then we went back down. So what was the contractual services that was done under that particular personnel piece, I guess, or committee piece?
Where was it for?
For the payroll, the board of trustees, and mayor, and the village treasurer.
The other contractual services?
Under
768. Under elected officials.
what was the total dollar?
825 was spent last year, we got down to $500 this year.
Oh, 900. It's a miscellaneous expenditure. Don't have to categorize in any other above line items will be charged to that account.
We can skip page 6, sir. I'm on page 7. And we can go to the total for fringe benefits. And it says fringe benefits others. That's $400,000. Who is that? Who's others?
This was explained earlier, but let me explain it again, please.
I'm
Fringe benefits. Counts for,
It includes social security benefits, if it is the second 540, and 541 will consist of health insurance, dental, vision, life insurance, and other benefits.
thank you.
So are you saying that we pay this for our employees that is under this total and it's also in the other salary total?
And our employees pay what now, 80/20?
Yes.
Our employees are now paying 80/20, it's no longer 100%.
So tell me where you said the others are again?
Other is, what do we say, health insurance?
Health insurance, dental, eye care, and life insurance, and
But
one more thing I can't remember.
my question is for who?
Our employees.
So you're telling me we pay 2 sets of French for them? We pay the IMRF and then we pay the general?
Your IMRF, that's more or less your social security, things like that.
Okay. I can move to page 9. I don't know which one. This is exactly under, I can go back and find it though. That is personnel. So is this under contractuals for personnel? Then I got a question about the phone. Because last time, you budgeted $2,000, you spent $6,654, but now you're projecting $4,000. So So why was there such a drastic increase in the fund?
Can you tell me what department you're under?
I don't know, I'm on page 9. I don't know what department is on. To be honest with you. It just says contractual at the top, it don't say which department. Maybe it's on the other page.
Okay,
Are
so
you
you're
still
under what, police department?
It's under 9. It's on page 9.
Is it? We lowered that, right?
You lowered it, but you say you actually spent $6,654, but then now you're lowering it back to $480.
Because a couple of the employees, the phone were taken off, because I used to charge them. So they have taken off, and therefore I have reduced the telephone charges.
Right.
Can I answer that, sir? Because that's in my line item. I'm adjusting the telephone packages for our personnel to a lower package. So I was able to reduce the amount of money that we're spending in phones, and that's why there's a reduction in the amount from last year to this year. Plus, we changed carriers, so we had to pay for new phones for all the personnel throughout the whole village. I mean, that's each line item for each department.
But you're taking like, what's that called? The internet data packages off. So we're not going to be paying for data packages on quite a few phones, things like that.
That's why there's a reduction in that line item.
Thank you.
And do you remember how many phones we have?
Right now, the village, we've got 42 phones throughout all the departments. Administration.
On that same page, can you address the other rentals and leases and why we have $45,000 proposed and we had zero, nothing expended, nothing budgeted last time, but now this time we have $45,000?
724?
Yes.
That is the finances for street lights, American Green Technology grant we got, and we have a 5-year lease of $45,000 approximately. This going forward, it will be there for another 4 years.
So what's the total then of the grant then? If it's $45,000, you're gonna just continue to have $45,000 there for 5 years, is what you're saying to me?
The total financing is $189,000. We have already gotten about $35,000 grant from ICE. Once we finish this finish all the street lights project, we are going to get reimbursed about $35,000 from the state of Illinois.
So it's a reimbursable grant?
Yes.
I'm gonna come back to professional services because I have a lot of questions centered around that. But now I'm on page 11, so. And again, I don't know, oh, this is dispatch center, so that's why you eliminated everything. On page 11, we have a whole section that has nothing. It expended $588,000 last year. So that's the whole dispatch piece that you get rid of.
Correct.
Okay.
That we did not renew the contract.
You did not renew their contract. My one question would be, in adding the projected grants that we were going to get, that you added to this budget that we do not have, then that was already at $500,000. So we added $500,000 that we really don't have, and then we got rid of the $588,000. So it'll be about $88,000. I don't know. I'm just asking. because this whole department made that amount, and then you projected, no, but you just told me that you projected the $395,000 for the Parks grant, and then you projected another $100,000 for another grant that we don't have, which is the $500,000.
Which those grants are spent for what were applied for. So $335,000 is a grant for our parks, which provides walking paths and soccer fields and new playground equipment. Again,
If we get it, right?
yeah,
If, right?
you're correct.
Okay, if, that's my point, sir. If we get
The
it,
fact is, we won't spend it unless we get it.
but you got it in your budget.
So when we do get it, we can spend it.
Okay. So, really, I'm just trying to say, so now you're trying to tell me,
So maybe again,
how's your budget balanced? How's it balanced?
even if we take that $335,000 out, you take $335,000 out of Parks and Recs to be spent. So what we're doing is we're showing that revenue possibly coming in, and that revenue will be spent in Parks and Recs for that item. So, I mean, right now, you can take that $335,000 out, you can take $335,000 out of Parks and Recs, it's a wash. And that's the way it is.
But you added it in your budget totals. And you subtracted the dispatch center from your budget totals, which left the $88,000.
And the dispatch center had nothing to do with the grant money that we're projecting. And that the grant money that we're projecting is expended inside this budget,
Inside, in your general fund.
not inside where it's supposed to be spent.
Inside your general fund. Is it not listed on your general fund?
It's listed in the Parks and Recs.
It's listed under your
It is
administration.
not listed in the department. If at all we are going to get the revenue, it would be charged against that revenue.
Oh, that's what we did.
I'm just saying that it's unbalanced to me, I'm sorry. It can't be. If you're adding stuff that you don't have, and then you have subtracted a total. So right now, from what you told me, I'm just saying from what we discussed, I've been standing here, that there is an $88,000 gap. That's from just what we're saying, from just going through your budget. That's it. I can go to page, what page is that? Okay, I go to 15 now. And I have some questions about professional services and contractual services, but we'll get to that later because I have a question about that on page 15. On page 16, I want to understand why is it that we have no amount to be transferred for 207B bonds? Will they be abated? There's nothing there. And you got this year that we paid $71,000, so are we not gonna pay anything on that debt? I'm on page 16, so let's stay with me.
And your question is that we're not transferring any money to the bonds?
It says nothing proposed to transfer. Now, am I misreading it? Please help me.
Nothing, right? Nothing to transfer.
So we're not gonna pay anything on our debt, or we're not proposing to pay anything on our debt, but we are proposing $350,000 for a grant that we are not sure we get it. Page 17, sir. Y'all can follow me along. I just got a few more questions.
2007 series bonds.
2007 C-Series bond, we have projected about $61,270.
On your budget, it says nothing. On page 16, nothing to be transferred.
Usually 200% out that service, right?
Yeah, the only thing you got is the 61,000 for the Illinois bail surcharge.
Spending $101,837.50 for the, that's on 778, 410, 778.
It's 101,837.
Correct.
I'm waiting on the answer to my question. I think y'all were talking to each other. I'm sorry.
It said with the 2007 series bonds,
Yeah.
Series B bonds, we're estimating paying out $101,837.50.
Can you repeat the numbers again? We're going to go fast.
Here's the budget, 101,837.50.
So it was just a mistake that it wasn't anything there.
No, it was moved to utility funds.
Oh, so we're gonna pay it out of a different fund instead of, that's why it's not being transferred. Is that the same thing that happened with the amalgamated trust fee?
$3,000. Trustee fees, $3,000.
So all of this is switched over to the utility?
Yes. Even though we have 911 fund, we cannot operate on that fund, therefore I have transferred all the expenditure to utility fund to P.L.A.N.
Thank you, because I was just thinking, I thought we weren't gonna pay none of our debt. I'm still on page 17. So then it's, what's happening with the drug enforcement fund? You projected 50,000, and I guess we only spent $251, but now you're projecting another 5,000. So what happened between the projection of 50, and now we're down to 5?
What's the number?
I am on page 17, and it says drug enforcement fund.
990.
9000371.
We are not anticipating anything to be collected, not more than 5,000. Therefore, I have projected only $5,000. Even though last year we projected for 50,000, we didn't collect even $251. So at the most, we can expect about $500,000 in collections for this year.
So our projection for last year is just a little zealous.
Absolutely. You're right.
Thank you.
Other reasons for last year, we got the K-9 unit. We expected more on the K-9 unit. I think there's other some questions also we talked about earlier tonight about making sure that things are put in the right line item and making sure that information is sent to our finance department so it can be properly identified which line item should be put in.
I'm on page 18. So I guess my question was, what would be the justification for the 105.75 million for under utility fees? So is that the justification because you transferred all of that debt service stuff that had zero over to this fund? I'm on page 18, and it says water fund and it says utility fees.
What's the line item number?
300,00350. Well, in the current budget, it says, 1,745,869, and then you're projecting 1,575,000.
The reason is last year we did backfill most of the residents who occupied the home without the proper permit, and they kept on using the water. Our water department personnel were able to figure out who was using the water without the proper certification. And we backfilled all the residents who did not take the prior permission or the permit from the code enforcement department. Therefore, we were able to backfill them. Because of the backfilling, the revenue actually increased by that amount of backfilling. So moving forward for the current year, we are anticipating about 1.575 million in water revenue.
So you mean to we had enough bills to bill people to get $200,000? On that same page, I want to go to the EPA loan, this number 398001. Last year we budgeted the 400,000. You paid 300 and, yeah, 3 million.
Last year we budgeted $4 million, we paid out $3.8 million.
Yes, you did.
That was based off a $4.8 million loan. There's about $670,000 left. The work will be completed, it's supposed to be completed by the end of this month. So that's the remainder of the funds to pay out for the work that's being performed.
So you're trying to say we already got the 670,000?
No, we don't have the money. What ends up happening is,
Once the work is completed, we are going to bill IEPA for the remainder of the dollar amount. Then, when we get reimbursed, we will show the actual dollar amount coming in.
and it gets paid to the company doing the work. The IEPA reviews what work has been done. They approve for payment to go back to the village receives the payment is sent to the contractors.
So will that mean we'll be totally done with the EPA and their loans and the monies that we have gotten from them once you pay this?
There's 670,000.
We'll be totally done with paying the EPA back?
No, that's the loan to get the work done. Again, we talked about this earlier, where the loan is $335,000 a year.
So that means next year we should see the same amount?
No.
We are done with the loan. We have to start repaying the loan, whatever we have gotten from IEPA.
Right.
Per year, it comes to about $335,000 apiece. It includes principal as well as interest at a rate of 1.91% per year.
Do you have any projections of when we will be paying off the EPA?
Within 20 years,
And when did that 20 years start? This year, 2014 or 2015?
15.
Thank you. I am on page 19. Oh, that's under the contractual services.
So you're in the water fund.
Yeah, I'm still on the water fund, I guess. I'm on page 19. Yep, it's just a water fund. On this page it doesn't have, so I don't know. It says other contractual services. We paid $4 million, you budgeted $4 million, you paid $388. And now we still got the 670,000. Is this the same 670,000 from before, or is this an additional 670,000?
The 670,000, you were under revenue, now you're under expenditures.
So you're just saying that you expended the money from the grant and from the loan? Total. Who are these contractual services?
It's called P.L.A.N and Company Limited. It's an Illinois-based subcontractor for the water improvement project.
And I'm sure the trustees voted on this. Of course they do. This the same utility fund, oh, this is sewer. So you got the sewer separated from the water. So in the sewer, we spent 1.5 million, and now, under water. So now under sewer, you got utility fees of 768,000. Is this the same justification that you gave me for water, for sewer?
Fees and services. 768,000.
It is the same factor like the water revenue. We are expecting about 768,600 this year.
And that was the same reason, the back billing was the same reason that it was able to increase so much?
Right, absolutely.
And you go page 21. Under professional services, last time you budgeted $500, but we spent $3,000, and now you're budgeting $2,500. So why the drop if we are spending this money?
What was the line item number?
310-007-2600, professional services. And I guess that's still not the sewer.
Yeah, the department had seems that it is only 2,500 enough for that line item. That's why I have budgeted $2,500.
So, but now under sewer, under the transfer, you got a total of $150,000. That wasn't included in the other total that you gave me that was going to be transferred under utilities?
No,
Or is this a different transfer?
fund.
Why is this one different?
Sewer.
But I thought you told me a lot of it was being transferred over to utilities. Let's go to utility tax fund then. Maybe it's all in there. I'm on page 22. So all the transfers that you did, can you please help me understand this one more? Because I am really now confused. Because you got 3 different tax areas that says utility. So can you explain to me which one is which and what monies are going?
Utility tax fund as a revenue source of NICOR gas, telecommunication revenue that is coming from the state of Illinois, and utility tax that is levied on behalf of water fund. All the funds will get 50% share that will be credited to utility fund. Other 50% is going to be recorded as revenue in general fund. There is an exception for common electricity tax fund. Common electricity tax fund is entirely belonging to general fund, therefore it is accounted in general fund. It does not fall in utility fund.
Thank you. let me tell you what page I'm on. Oops. We are out of the page number, so this part was just I guess, additional, printed. Oh, no, wait a minute, I do have something on page 28. On page 28 and 29, you have transfer from TIF 3 tax allocation. We had nothing for 14, you projected nothing. But then did you appear or what did you, how did we get this $1,570,000 for this year? And this is debt service fund, so I guess you owe that, or did you spend that? What was it paid for?
Whatever tax we get from Cook County for TIF districts is posted as revenue. Because we don't levy the tax, it is when the TIF district was formed by the village, the Cook County records as of the date, the revenue that needs to go to the village every year. If we abate the taxes, then the county will stop paying us. If we don't abate, the regular tax levy will keep coming into village, The 1.570,430 is the actual tax we collected for current year. That is the year ending as of April 30, 2015. Moving forward, we are going to get 563,000 tax levy because we abated a portion of the tax that was levied on behalf of TIF 2 and TIF 3. Am I clear?
Yes, thank you. I'm glad you abated something. And now I'm on page 29 of your 29-page budget, and I finally see the $101,000 that you told me that was back here in the back for the 207 Series B bond payment. Now, throughout your budget, you have professional services and contractual services. So I have only added professional services and only added contractual services once. And that was the $670,000 that I added that said contractual. I didn't do all the other smaller numbers under contractual services. So I would like to know, what is the justification for expending $1,734,998 on professional services? I went through every one of your budget lines, and I've added every time you have professional services, and that's what you. So please justify to me how do we have that kind of money to pay for professional services. And again, I remind you, the only time I added contractual services was the $670,000. What is the justification? All trustees, y'all sit there, y'all vote on it. You got no answer.
Professional.
Ain't no necessity. I'm not talking to you, so you keep quiet.
All right. Professional services, they were.
You can't control your audience, sir. If it was me, you'd have me walk out. But of course, it's not me.
I'm letting you talk.
Are you okay?
All right. Professional services do everything from your professional services, your attorneys, your engineers, architects, things like that. So
Other consultants.
other consultants who are sorry there because you figure when Sauk Village, if we get sued, not all the time does Otis and Assert represent the village. Depending on the insurance company, they appoint another attorney. So you have more than just one attorney that falls under professional services, depending how many lawsuits the village has, depending on how many different attorneys. They get different attorneys from the insurance companies. You know, we have to take who they give us. So they may get more than what the Otis and Circuit is. So that's why maybe a lot of times we like to see Otis and Circuit most of it because we get a better price for them compared to what some of these other law firms get, that represent the village on lawsuits, especially those that go through insurance companies.
So we plan to expend $2 billion on contractual services. A town of 10,000 people, 3,000 homes. Okay. I still have more questions. We go back to page 1. I forgot about something.
I was sometimes a good share of litigation,
Okay.
so I think we'll be surprised.
I am surprised. I really am surprised because you just sit there and told me how if you could do the simple math, and like I do my home budget, and then you just showed me how you could expend or could project 90% and only have naturally 10%. Then that's when I made the comment of somebody would be homeless here. Because the numbers don't add up. These numbers are not adding up, sir. You guys are always adding money into your budget that we don't have. Then we find out how much money did we pay over Sunday service? Is that in your budget? Can you show me where you expended that under the expenditures, please? Over $1 million? Or was it close to $1 million? I'm just asking, I don't know.
We're here talking about the budget. So any other questions on the budget?
Yeah, my question is on the budget. I want to know where is the expenditures from Olson and Sturts in your budget? Where did you put it?
It's in 100,05726 line.
05726.
Oh.
Okay, can you, Mama, can you slow down, please? I understand, but I really don't write that fast.
It is 100,005 726 000.
And it falls in there with all of our other attorneys, all of our other engineers, everything.
So that's the $1.7 million I just got to talk about. They included in that. On page 1, you got Parks and Recreation. You're projecting $34,854 in property taxes levied at this, yet only budgeted $26,135. Why? Parks and Recreation. Let's do this some more.
We have budgeted $34,854, but last year we only brought in $30,600.
We've been talking about this Parks and Rec grant. Is it only one grant or is there 2 grants?
Which one you talking about?
Parks and Rec. I'm on page 3.
Yes,
You can go there. I think you told Ms. Houston that you guys have a plan for it already.
that's correct.
Is that public information, sir?
Then I've had plenty of meetings.
I haven't made none of your meetings because this is not a good time for me. So can you put that in your Sauk talk or something so the public can read it? That's the kind of information I'm interested in having. The stuff you put in there about somebody having fun and this and that, with your pictures, I mean, you can tell me about how you're spending this money. And I'll pick up the Sauk talk where I usually pick it up at.
I think it was in there already once. We'll put it out there.
Please. The public would like to know. Of course it's online. That's why I got this from. Thank you, ma'am. I printed my own 47 pages. But you didn't give it to the public? And how much did you put in your budget for public publications? That's what I'm finding. Can you tell me? Maybe y'all got it in one place, I can't imagine. Tell me how much you gonna pay to let the citizens know what's going on.
Well, line item.
I'm not. It was just a question that came off the top of my head since you said something about the Sauk. I wanna know how much money you're gonna expend to let the citizens know exactly what you're voting on, what you're spending our money, how you're doing it. Can you put that in something? And how much money did you budget for that?
Nothing.
Okay.
Sauk hasn't had a budget since 2009.
I think you were on the board last time you cut Sauk.
Yeah, we stopped,
You
we
voted,
put out the
you
Sauk
voted to cut it.
and had it produced, so.
Excuse me, sir.
Sure.
Back then, I did vote to cut it.
Yeah, you did. So,
But I also voted to close down, code enforcement, not dispatch, which is a 911 center, which has an emergency. Code only go around in the buildings. So,
but you asked about something that you voted to cut, so.
yeah.
It hasn't been added back.
And I admit to you, I did vote on that, so I don't have any problems with that. I also voted for you to do something with the $240,000 that you got from CNN that has nothing been done. And none of your trustees sitting here have done anything with it. And the people on Peterson houses are falling down. You don't even walk over there.
There's a committee
But
working.
when you gonna give the people the money? Let's talk. You wanna talk, we can talk. This is all about your budget too. How you gonna expend the money? It's been there.
There's a committee working on it. They're gonna come back to the board by June 1st, right? The first meeting in June.
So when is the citizens going up? First meeting in June, we'll know by the second meeting? Maybe I'll vote on that right away too, like you do other things. Like getting us a new chief of staff. Or what? You expended $40,000 last year, for what?
Anything else?
Yeah, I got plenty of people y'all like, let's talk. I got a lot more.
Well, then,
We go to pay for.
I tell you what I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna ask for a recess. We'll go into our committee meeting and we'll rejoin after our committee meeting to go right back to where you want to left off. All right, yeah, motion to recess.
That's not.
Motion is there a second? All in favor, say aye. All right,
So how many votes did you get, sir? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
we're going.
How many, make a motion, I did not hear your vote count, because the audience was loud. How many trustees voted to go to the
We're
next
going
meeting?
into our next meeting, so please have a seat. And then you can come back to this podium when we come out of recess, out of this meeting. Recess, when we reconvene.
Okay,
Right?
so I'll send the open meeting act violation tomorrow morning.
Yes.
So you guys like waste $10,000. That's why you waste money anyway.
We have every right to recess,
That would be the fee.
right?
Excuse me, you still didn't answer my question. How many trustees voted to go to the next meeting?
Ms. Anderson?
Are you gonna have to remove now from the police? I'm used to it. Ain't nothing new.
I'm gonna ask you to be an adult to sit down so we start next meeting.
I am an adult, I am so years of age. But the disrespect that I just got from this board of trustees, I find
We have residents sitting
here.
here, we've got people that are waiting for a 7 o'clock meeting, we're already almost 8:30. We went over this meeting by over an hour and a half almost. We want to step into this next meeting, we'll come back, and you can come right back to the podium and start again if you look at this next
But
meeting.
you didn't ask me, was I already sit down, you might be other citizens that got questions around your budget. You should not have your budget hearing at 6 o'clock if you know you got another meeting at 7 o'clock.
All right,
They're Saturdays. Matter of fact, you probably have more citizens here if you had it on Saturdays that want to know how you expend their money.
yeah, all right. Go into the.
You still answer my question, I want to know what trustees voted. I want to know what trustees voted.
Purchase. We're going, we're starting another meeting.
So you can tell them out loud for the vote when they come to the next meeting, but you want to vote out loud in.
Gordon. Myers. Toskett. Washington. Williams.
All right, looking at number 2, resolution of the Village of Sauk, Village of Will County, supporting a renewal of Class 8 real estate tax assessment classification for 22500 Sauk Drive. Everyone should have Brothers. There's a resolution, there's also the resolution that was passed back in 2004 for Willie Brothers. They've asked to obtain a renewal of their Class 8. You got a letter in your
I know what
So this is just asking for a renewal, so this would consist of the village board passing a resolution and passing it off to the county would have to issue the Class 8.
Are they still under a TIF?
They are.
And also, this Class 8?
They are in TIF number 2.
Okay, this Class 8.
Do you guys have microphones or no?
No, our microphones are not working.
What about the one Moham was
The
using?
Class 8, the Class 8 we're asking for is the reduction in taxes, correct?
Correct.
Okay, my question is, what have they given to the village in the last 8 years? You said 2004? Last 11 years. Other words, are they paying vehicle tax? Are they paying, what are we getting from them as far as them asking? I have a problem with them asking for a Class 8, but what are they doing? Are they...
They're asking for a renewal.
I'm asking, in those 11 years that they've been here, have they been paying for vehicle stickers or anything into the village? What are we gaining from them other than? Right. What are we gaining from them? Okay. In what way is what I'm asking? That's what I wanted to find out. How much money have they contributed as far as sales tax? They're asking to reduce property tax. That's what that is. But have we gotten sales tax from them? Or if there's any revenue that we've gotten from them, that's what I'm asking.
Again, number one, they're asking, I think, pretty much to renew their Class 8, so they're asking that their taxes stay the same, number one. Number two, with a business having a business inside TIF area number 2, that again allows us to give us more money than we can have in our TIF, because you have to have that tax revenue in there, and we do use those monies for administration fees, things like that. And again, as everyone understands, we do live in Cook County. It's very difficult to have businesses without giving them some type of tax incentive. So, again, I think like any business, they're coming to the village, they're asking that we renew it, and, so they can stay here in Sauk.
Okay, Mayor, I'm not trying to, that's what I wanted to get. Can we get it? Can we find out how much money they've contributed, at least the last year or whatever, that they paid? We're giving them a tax break, I understand that. And I'm looking over there in that area where they're located. I'm just asking, what advantage, yes, it is an advantage to have a business there, but what are they paying? What are their property taxes? Are they paying, what services are they paying? I know we get money from the TIF. I just wanted to know that particular business, how much money we're receiving from them, benefiting from them being there, that's all.
And just to make sure one thing clear, it's not the village giving them the tax break, it's the county. What we're asking, or what they're asking is that the village passes a resolution in support of it so that they can fill the application and give the tax break to the county. So I just want to make sure that everyone realizes, because I don't people think that we as a village are getting them a tax break.
Well, they're going to pay less. If they don't get this, they're going to pay less in taxes to Cook County, which will affect Sauk Village. And that's what I was asking. What is their revenue? Well, what are we seeing from them as far as money in at least the last year? How much are we? I just wanted to break down on that. Okay, that's all I'm asking. Right, how much they're paying Sauk Village. They are in Sauk Village. We're asking Cook County to give them a tax incentive. I understand that. I have no problem with that. Because I just wanted to get a record of how much money we're benefiting from Willie Brothers.
That's a good question. I want to get that question answered to the trustee. All right. Any other questions on this one? All right. Come on, have that to the board. All right, item number 3, discussion of a tax incentive for 10 Sherwood Plaza. And we would have the You want to move forward? Okay, good. For the record, if you can state your name. I'd like to ask you, our speakers, our microphones are not working well? Yes, definitely. Yeah. Well, she's got that one there.
Oh, she's gonna stay up there.
So if you could just state your name for the record, for the voter.
My name is Gina McNeil. I am requesting a Class A tax assessment, classification for that location at 10 Circle Plaza. Some time ago, I would say 13, 14 years, I was at that location renting for a child care facility, along with the before and after school program, which was very successful as far as mentoring children, teaching them and preparing them for the elementary school years, and some of them now are in college. And the opportunity came back to me after it had been closed for just about 2 years now. But because of the taxes on that property, I'm just requesting that it can be, I guess I'm asking for a tax 8 resolution for that property. So I can again come back to that location, renovate, update, signage, just bring it back to where it was at that time that I had.
I do have a question. Do you own the property?
I'm in the process of purchasing the building. However, due to contingent upon the tax resolution, so I have been negotiating.
So my question to you would be, you will own the property once, if you do get the tax, Class 8.
That's
tax,
correct.
You would be the owner of that property.
That's correct.
That's right. Because I was just wondering about, because we had talked about this before, and not just your building, but I'm looking at I'm sure you've been over there and looked at the parking lot, correct?
Oh, yes.
And you know that it's like a
I'm
real.
updating everything.
Okay, so that'll be yours to take care of.
I will take care of everything
Okay.
in and around the building.
At least you do come before the board. At least you have come before the board and asked them for that, because some people don't do that. And I'm glad that you did come and, ask the board in person rather than have a proxy.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
I have the attorney's going to draw something up. I didn't have the resolution for me tonight, so we'll have the attorney draw something up. All right, cost savings initiatives. Any trustees have anything on the cost savings initiatives that they want to update or correction? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to public comments. All questions or comments must be directed to the mayor. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak on comments or topics of their choice. The speaker will be allowed 1 opportunity to speak.
Are you ready, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, state your name for the record.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Mayor, I want to understand why where's the cost saving initiatives? Where are the ones you already implemented? And how much was saved? Because you said cost saving initiatives. So which ones have you implemented and how much money did it really save us? That's my question. I want that answer now. Since I couldn't get my other ones answered, do that one now. This is a couple of questions. Well, I still got some more time now to talk on my 3 minutes. Okay, good. What else is on here? Can I only ask for the agenda, sir? No, what happened? Why did you choose dispatch as the services to get rid of it? It's an emergency service. It's a 911 center. And we still gonna pay the cost for the service of the center. And I was elected when we got the loan for the increase in order to update. So yeah, I remember voting for that one too. So why did you choose the 911 center? Why not some other position that wasn't so necessary for citizens? And where, excuse me, I wasn't here, I'll be at your meetings. So where do our calls go? Since they're no longer here in South Village, where do they go? What is the expected response time? And with your 3 new part-time employees that I found in your budget that we'll go back to, so what positions are they? And which fund money is that coming out of? And since you're calling them auxiliary officers, are they under the police department? Or better yet, y'all put everything under the water department, maybe they're underwater. I don't know. Since I wasn't at your meeting, can you explain that, sir? Now, for your trustees, can any of you guys explain to me why would you present such a unbalanced, crazy-looking budget to the public? In order for him to present it to us, he had to get the votes from you. Why would you sit here and send me something that, to the public that looked this unbalanced and this crazy? You voted for it. Now each one of you answer the question. Where's your input on this budget that you just had me sit down on? Yeah, Mr. Mayor, can you ask the trustee what was their input on this budget that you presented to the public that is so unbalanced, that you would put grants that you know you don't even have? And I know they would run their home budgets like that, otherwise I'm gonna call the local shelter because all of them will be over there next week. So they can expect to get a bed. People are laughing, but this ain't no joke for me.
All right, we'll go through some of these questions. You talked about cost savings. The trustee Myers is working on the cost savings. We figure it's approximately about $500,000 from the debt recovery committee. The committee has already started working and has already submitted to the, what is that, the state auditor's office? The comptroller. To the comptroller. About 800,000. So let me repeat, let me check the residents in on here. The trustee, one of the things he brought to this board under cost savings initiatives is a debt recovery committee. Going back and looking at tickets and citations that have been issued, we went back 6 years, you said? Up to 6 years off of citations that have not been paid, working through our collection agency, working through the comptroller's office. We are looking at, it's approximately $800,000 worth of fines and stuff that's sitting out there. So that was under trustee Myers. Trustee Morton brought in for truck enforcement. Again, worked on getting an ordinance in place. Worked on bringing an individual in here giving us a presentation on truck enforcement, looking at giving proper training to our police officers. Again, there's a lot of money in that. I don't have a number off that yet, but there's projected some good revenue off of truck enforcement. You talked about the dispatch center. Why the dispatch center? When you look at the dispatch center, Sauk Village last year spent over $500,000, just under $600,000. To bring in a joint dispatch center, approximately $285,000. We have a cost savings of over $300,000 by doing the joint dispatch center. The joint dispatch center currently right now is still being ran out of our police department by the company that was awarded to take over the dispatch center. They will remain here in Sauk Village at our police department until they fill out all the proper paperwork. And once that is all completed, they'll move to their site, which is in Cal City. The time, Cal Park, thank you very much. The time is the same amount of time that you had when you had your dispatchers here. So they're, we talked a little bit about this. We gave a presentation, but your dispatch centers are nothing more than high-tech call centers nowadays. They get a call in, they transfer that call to the police officer on the street. I think there are some misunderstandings, people thinking that the dispatchers were coming to your house. They're not. The dispatchers are dispatching that call to the police officer. The same police officers on the street, the same police officers are coming to your house. What they're doing is they're taking the information that you provide and they're relaying that information to the police department. So, I mean, you look at some of the cost savings this last year that was presented and what we're projecting, that there's some major cost savings there. You talked about part-time employees. There's part-time employees inside our budget. There's 3 part-time auxiliary police officers. There's 3 part-time records clerks that is in this budget. So there's also a full-time police officer that's in this budget that we got a COPS grant for. He's also, he or she, they are included inside this budget. Again, putting more resources to our police departments so we get more protection on the streets, giving our police officers more protection, and so that we're more visible. And I think that's what's important. You talked about the budget. The budget is presented by the mayor. It's no different than a budget that's presented by the President of the United States. It goes to the Senate and the House. No different than the governor presenting a budget. It goes to your House of Representatives and your Senate here in Illinois. Municipalities, the same way. This is a budget that's projected. It's a budget that's presented to the board and everyone. You know, last year, you know, again, it's good to see Francine here. I only get to see her once or twice a year. It's just one time a year that I look forward. But again, Francine and I, we go way back. So, I mean, we ran together once. But, you know, when last year, we heard a lot of the same things. Last year, we heard that the village was not going to be able to make payroll. We made payroll the entire year. We heard that the village would go bankrupt. The village did not go bankrupt. We heard that the village, that the budget last year was a piece of garbage and it wasn't balanced. But you know what? Last year, now, let's go back. 2.5 years ago when I became mayor, there was an aging report, we call it, those invoices sitting on the back desk of $1.9 million. Last year, I sat before this village board, and it was down to just over $800,000. Today, we just ran the last report, it's $450,000. We've been paying off our bills. We have been going off and paying the invoices on the back desk, and we will continue doing that. So while people want to say that this budget's not balanced, this budget, I'll tell you what this budget is. This is a bare bones budget that each department has to work with. That each department has to look challenged, is being challenged to do sometimes what people may consider is the impossible. We're running the village more like a corporate world runs their business. We're sitting, you know, the days of just going and spending because we can and think we can raise taxes and the residents can pay for it is no longer. This is a bare bones budget that's a worst case scenario. I tell you, worst case scenario, we've taken every proposal that the governor has said that he's going to get through, which he still has to get through both the House and the Senate, but we put it inside his budget. This is based off a 50% reduction on our LGGF. This is based on paying 100% of a loan back to the IEPA that we were granted a grant to pay off. You know, we are still contacting our state representatives. We're still contacting the governor. We're asking to release those funds. And we're making sure that the governor knows that our residents have to start paying $335,000 a year to pay off an IEPA loan that this village was pretty much mandated to take and pretty much was mandated to do the work. I had no problem doing the work. The work needed to be done. But the IEPA, the Attorney General came down and said, here's what you got to do, and we did it. So again, even though the loan is a low interest loan, 1.9 something, 1.9, a bunch of numbers behind it, it's under 2%. Will we continue working on getting that grant money? Yes, we will. Will we continue contacting the governor's office? We're going to continue. We're going to continue contacting the IEPA. We're going to continue contacting our state representatives. We're going to talk about that IEPA loan. We're going to continue talking to the governor, don't cut our LGDF funds. We need that fund, and we put out there the information. We've asked the residents, contact your state representatives. That information is out there. If you don't have e-blast, get the e-blast. We're e-blasting it to the residents. Contact your state representatives and ask them not to let the governor cut our LGDF, because you know why? That will bring back another $500,000 into our budget that we have right now currently cut. If the governor pays our grant, which we've already received, that will bring back into the village another $335,000 back to this budget. So that right there is over $800,000 that's cut out of this budget because the governor has froze everything that we have coming to us. So Now, you talk about cost savings. I think this board, there's very, quite a few of them. I mean, Trustee Ponsky, this last year, he worked on a budget, and everyone wants to get Parks and Rec's money, and I'm for it. Our kids need stuff. I got 10 kids. Believe me, if there's anyone for Parks and Rec's, I am. But Trustee Ponsky was sitting there for 2 years asking for money, and this board hasn't given him a dime. And he's turned around and had fundraiser after fundraiser after fundraiser, so he had events for kids. Yes, we cut money for all of our committees. Trustee Ponsky, how many fundraisers? 2 years in a row, we had fireworks because he's been on street corners collecting money, gave $5,000 for fireworks. Trustee Myers made sure we had a parade, and Trustee Morton made sure that we had, between the three of them, made sure we had vendors out there collecting money so we could have events out in the park for people. So, there's cost savings, but there's also getting out there and mowing your streets up and doing some stuff too. So, again, I'm not going to please everyone. I'm not going to please everyone on this board. I'm not going to please everyone sitting in the audience, but this was a very tough budget. I could do a lot more with close to $1 million if the governor wasn't been freezing all of our stuff. There's a lot more that can be done in this budget. There is there more cost savings initiatives out there? Yes, and you know what? Every 2 weeks it's going to be on this agenda. Every 2 weeks I'm going to be going to the Board of Trustees and saying, what do you have for a cost savings initiative? But I'm going to be looking at them and saying, okay, great idea, now you go run with it. Trustee Myers came with a cost savings initiative, he ran with it. Trustee Morton came in with a cost savings initiative, he ran with it. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for trustees to step up to the plate and run with these cost savings initiatives. So, yeah.
The Illinois components of the program with no cost.
That's right. So all the work that they're doing with volunteers, and it doesn't cost the village a dime to get that money to come back for them to go after the individuals who owe us money. So, next.
Okay, what is our farthest northwest border? Would that be the property owned by ABF?
Which corner?
Northwest corner of Sauk Village. Is that ABF? It'd be nice to know because I haven't seen the vehicle stickers be written for their vehicles. And years ago, when this trucking phase started in that same area, it was Sauk Village. And guess what? There was a big deal about having our own post office because the company that had it at that time put Chicago heads on their sides of their trucks, if anybody remembers. But they were Sauk Village. They were Sauk Village. And I'd like to know who they are now. Are they South Heights? Like I believe I heard someone say that they are. And who's getting their revenue? Okay. I would like to find out from whoever, on a different subject, whoever would know, has our dispatcher's insurance been canceled as of May 1st? Who would know this? Moen?
Go ahead. Anything else?
I'll wait for those answers, because I had something else and I can't remember what it is.
Okay. All right, did you get 3 minutes?
I know, you can go ahead. It was nothing big deal tonight.
Okay, northwest corner of Sauk Village, you're talking about the same one, it's Wayne Steel and Set?
ABF. Okay, Wayne Steel. I'm talking about prior to the cloverleaf of 394.
Okay, first of all, this is not a debate going back and forth. Okay, I will answer the question best to know. You asked Northwest corner.
I forgot about that.
All right, so we'll talk. ABF is still in Sauk Village, and it's not South Heights or Chicago Heights. Roadway is still there, so anything on south of Route 30 is Sauk Village. So
please check into that.
All right. The dispatchers, Their agreement was 3 months, so dispatchers are still receiving insurance for 3 months.
Okay, my daughter went to pick up her prescription yesterday and was told by
If you have,
Walgreens that it was canceled.
it's part of
Yeah.
this is not the date, so if you have anything, if you want to come up.
I wasn't debating with you, David. I just said this was a fact. That's why I asked the question. I got an answer. I stated a fact. That's all. Okay?
All right, next.
Grace, we're on behalf of Sauk Citizens Public Awareness. I got a couple of things I want to talk about. Last session, you guys indicated there'd be some cross-training between personnel. I want to know, is the union in agreement with that? And how much more is that going to cost us taxpayers because if we get additional duties assigned, I expect to get paid for, so I'd like to know what's going on with that. And also, you mentioned earlier that you can spend possibilities. Now, with this Illinois EPA loan, I can't understand why you put $670,000 in there when we're not going to spend out that money. We don't have anything to do with that money. The money is going to be reimbursed to whatever contractor it is, so it shouldn't even show on there as being budgeted. Because it looks like to me that's coming out of our pocket. This is a regular, excuse me, Mr. Moore.
Yep,
Yeah, I've been paying you all this
directions
time,
to the
so
mayor.
be cool.
Ms. Houston,
Hmm?
you were to direct to the mayor.
Well, he also directed himself to be quiet while I'm talking.
Right.
We paid him for 4 years for doing nothing, so he could listen to me for 4 years. Or two, whatever it is, two minutes.
Ms. Houston, you were direct to the mayor.
Ms. Brewer.
Ms. Brewer.
Okay.
It was Ms. Houston, right?
Yeah, well,
Okay, fine.
you know, just like everybody else, I lost the name, okay? So anyway, my next question, no, it's not 3 minutes away. It's 3 minutes of me sitting up here walking him.
She didn't say anything.
So anyway, another thing I want to bring to your attention is that you said we got 25,000 for the fire hydrants. But however, when we talked to you, the Sauk Village Citizens Pump, you said $75,000 grant. That's misleading and false information. The third thing is that on page 11, you indicated we paying $511,000 for insurance, but a portion of this for unemployment insurance. The dispatchers won't be here after 90 days. Why isn't this figure reduced? I'm still going back to that. And another thing is, I can't understand why any of you guys would approve this budget when you have grants down here that are not really grants. You have, you're spending some stuff for the water fund. You anticipate taking money out of the water fund. And then the mayor has told you guys that there's 30% vacancy, decrease in the vacancy, which the revenue is not showing. So I still don't understand where's the revenue for these 30% decrease in vacancies. Nobody can explain that. He sat here and said that. I have it in writing. I have it on videotape. So I'd like to know, why is this budget being inflated and then flat on some things? And then to pay these attorneys $100 million doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm asking you guys, why would you approve something like this? None of this stuff makes any sense. And we as residents don't even know what you're talking about.
All right, time. All right, cross-training, there is going to be cross-training. Again, when we look at our employees to make sure that they can do all jobs. And we, just like we're a bare bone budget, we are a bare bones community when it comes to employees. We have employees, you know, today you come to the village hall, you see Mike who does payroll, you got Cindy who does water, and Billy, you got Sherry, who is the administrator over code, and you got Sue, who's out on the streets. If Cindy, and I don't really like saying, if anything ever happened to Cindy, she is our water department. If anything ever happened to Mike, he is our payroll. Our employees, because we are running more lean, again, going back to the corporate world, we are running lean. We need to make sure that our employees are cross-trained on each other, so that if anything happens to the village, nothing happens to the village, it needs to continue moving. So we are really cross-trained. The $670,000, it's still a revenue that comes into the village, just like the $4.8 million. The work is done, the information sent to the IEPA, The IEPA approves all the work that's done. They send the village a check. The check is cut from the village, and the village pays the contractor. There's still a revenue source coming into the village, and there's still money going out. I think a lot of people would be complaining more if we didn't show as a revenue and all of a sudden we showed money going out. There'd be a lot more complaints. You have to understand, we're still issuing that check because that revenue is coming in, and those checks are going sent to the contractors for the work that they're doing. You know, we talked about the 2 grants, you know, call it whatever you want, $75,000, 2 grants, one's for $50,000, one's for $25,000. There's 2 grants there, we've already received just a little over $18,000. This is the 3rd time or 4th time tonight we talked about this. There's still $52,000 or $53,000 left in those grants that we are anticipating is going to come in. We've been told it's going to come in. When it comes in, we'll take that money and we're going to put it right back into getting more fire hydrants and those issues there. So the insurance, I think we've covered it quite a bit. We talk about the insurance again. When we talk about the unemployment insurance, again, it's making sure that it's there in case the village needs it. Again, you anticipate, hopefully our dispatchers are going to have jobs. Like I said earlier, they've all been offered jobs. Last I checked, they've all turned it down. So hopefully they'll have jobs by the end of the 3 months, and the village will not have to pay that money out for unemployment. But again, it's projecting in case, again, worst case scenario. So we've been pushing on this whole entire budget. Worst case scenario is if our dispatchers don't have jobs, we've got money there to make sure we can pay for the unemployment. So, all right. It's Robinson, right?
Yeah, my name is Debbie, and I live in Lincoln Meadows. So 2 weeks ago today, I did ask 2 questions, but I understand that one was on recorded. So my second question is, who owns the entranceway to Lincoln Meadows? And I don't understand why it's such a big deal to find out who owns it, and whoever does own it needs to maintain it.
It was brought to my attention this week about the entrance. I've got Sherry looking into it. There's some discrepancies there where some people think that the village may own it, and then some people think that maybe the property owner, or the one who built that subdivision, still owns it. Sherry was reaching out to the developer, the owner. As of last night, there was still no response. We're going to go back and look at if there's any resolutions or ordinances accepting that property. Because we run into a problem. We'll try to make sure we upkeep certain properties, but to go in there and do landscaping and do all kinds of work, if it's not our property, we shouldn't be doing it. We have a beautification committee. They look at buildings like the police department, fire department, village hall. They do main buildings within the village on the beautification. They're not doing entrances to subdivisions. So I was hoping to have an answer before tonight. I really was, because when Sherry brought it to my attention this week, I said, let's see if we can get an answer. But as soon as we get an answer, we'll make a decision on what we have to do. Either, while she's on the phone, if she finds out that it's not our property, it's hers still, or theirs, she's going to make sure she tells me to get out there and clean up your entrance. So we'll
Okay, but how often will it be maintained? I need to know that also.
Well, once we know the answer to the question, we'll keep a closer eye on it, and we'll get that contact back to them. And with code enforcement, don't like to do it, but they go through citations. So if it's not kept, issue citations. And once we find out for sure, if she comes back and says, I gave that to the village, and we have some type of proof that we need to, we'll get in there and we'll get it done.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, I'm Pamela Stephen Jackson, with tentative home buyers in the subdivision of Deer Creek. Is kind of frightening now with all that we've heard today. But our concern is that we had a contractor come in, a home inspector come in and inspect our home. We paid him $325. And when our attorney told us to go to the village to
sign the as-is document.
It's a short sale.
Okay.
So then we go to Village Hall and they said, no, we can't have that inspector, we have to use your inspectors. So we now have to pay over $100.
About $500 to see if we get inspectors to come in and see and evaluate the plumbing, the heating, the water heating and all of that. So we want to know why is it like that? Why can't the home inspector that we allowed to do the inspection for us who's certified, why can't they be approved to him?
I can't answer your question, to be honest with you. I don't know the inspection firm that you use. I do know that the village, there is certain things that you have to have a certification of, and you mentioned a lot of them, that your heating, your plumbing, the roof, the electrical.
The garage, the sprinkler.
Okay, you have sprinklers, so that'd be part of your plumbing.
Right.
So again, we look for certification, someone coming in and get certified to issue those certs. And then I know that the homeowners bring those certs in to get their occupancy permit, which allows you to move into the property.
And where do they get those certs from?
Usually they're from, yeah, different contractors. I mean, I can't tell you who they get them from.
And so I have a question. Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Right.
They can't hear
I
you.
can't hear.
So what we need to do is find out, first of all, I need some information from your meeting real quick. I'll look into it and find out why your inspection firm wasn't certified. Again, I don't know if they have a license here in Sauk Village, because a lot of times we require for the contractors, whoever's coming in and doing those, to have licenses here in Sauk Village. I think
This company, they don't have a license here in Sauk Village, but we didn't know that we had to specifically have that. But not only one, but we're told you gotta have 5 different certificates, like 5 different groups or contractors.
But let me
That
get,
doesn't make sense to us.
yeah, let me get some information from you after the meeting here, because usually, and I let this go a little bit further than I should. Usually what we do is we get residents or anyone come up to my 3 minutes, you can give your spiel and I answer as best as I can. Anything I can't do, let me get some information from you afterwards, if you don't mind. But thank you for bringing it to our attention.
My name is Rachel. I have a question about the park on the house one more time. It's not your guys' fault, but the children have been like kind of beating it to the Murphy, 223rd Murphy. We've had 2 swings that were actually working, and now we only have 1. The monkey bars, the brown one is still falling apart. So I still just had a couple more questions about those, seeing when maybe we can get some new swings in there possibly. I don't want to be bothered about it, but it's kind of, I've kept up on the weeds and stuff, and Public Works went and sprayed for me so that we could keep the park part nice. Now, the kind of like the swings and the slides and stuff, and there's a wasp nest in the big swirly slide. So it's actually in the very top where the kids would sit and put their hands. It seemed to be like a swarm of them, 10, 15 of them, when we were at the park on Sunday. It was really nice. So I was going to see if maybe we could figure something out. I didn't want to go and spray because I don't know what kids are allergic to, blah, 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 and I don't want to bother anything. And then I cut down my tree on Sunday as well, and I didn't bundle, but I cut them into the 4 feet and put them at my thing, and they were not picked up. Do you know possibly when you do pick them up? And I think that's it. Yep, that's it.
All right, treatment pickup, I think they're supposed to be out this week, right? So they have to be out this week. What they'll do is they usually do a sweep around the village, and then I think they do a final sweep, but that on the park, I'm going to Trustee Poskin. Can you follow with Kevin? So I have Trustee Poskin will follow with Kevin on the swings, the monkey bars, the slides, and the wasp nest at the top of the slide. So
On the water bill, it said that the branches have to be out by the 10th. Today's the 5th.
Oh,
So
that's
by
right.
Sunday, all your branches have to be out, because I guess next week they're doing
regardless of who they volunteer for, what department, what committee, or what have you, background checks are expected. With the new dispatchers that are in, I wanted to know if background checks were done. I also want to know if they're all leagues certified. And if they are, where's the proof? And I want to know what type of training that they've had, because I haven't, I was away, so I wasn't able to listen to the scanner except for yesterday. They don't know the proper signals. The police officers in the squads are getting upset. So I would like to know what kind of background they had to have in order to walk in here. I presume any dispatcher can go to any police station and get on the radio and know the 10's codes and know how to give out a call. Apparently, all of them do not. And I'm curious about the lead certification, because if they don't have it, they shouldn't be in our dispatch area. We talk about cost initiative, and you repeated over and over worst case scenario and bare bones. I do not understand if we're working at bare bones and you're taking money from each department that they need and hire more people. It doesn't make sense. We have a building on Sauk Trail that houses equipment, emergency vehicles. It is in such bad shape that if we get over 60-mile-an-hour winds, the building probably will go down. This isn't anything that happened yesterday. This has been going on for a long time. It's been reported a long time. Nothing has been done with it. But we can afford to get some new people. We have the aging report you mentioned, and, you know, I guess God's been good to us. We paid a lot of that off. But we still owe a whole lot. We have vendors who won't fix cars. We have vendors who won't do anything unless the money is up front. And yet we can go out and hire new people.
All right, talk about the new dispatch center, about the joint notice that one's here. Background checks, leads, certs, and training, stuff like that. I had Kurtz, who ended up getting the dispatch center, they came and provided all that information. Talked about the dispatchers, the amount of certifications and the training and stuff that they had to have. So again, the dispatchers running the dispatch center are no longer Sauk Village employees. They belong to Kurtz. Kurtz came back and said, here is what the services that they have. So again, they had to have, when they came to get a presentation, they talked about everything they needed. Cost savings initiatives, again, talk about hiring more people. Again, you look at the individuals that we're hiring people that will help bring things to Sauk Village. When it comes to going out and getting grants, when it comes to working with future developers, when it comes to working with future businesses, when it comes to working with village residents. We talked about, was it a year or two ago, we took some slack because we brought the chain of command back to the police department. And we heard people say, well, you shouldn't be hiring a chief, and you shouldn't be bringing on additional police officers. Well, we put the chain of command back in the police department. Now we're putting the chain of command back inside the municipality on the administration side, just like Sauk Village was planned to be. So again, when you look at the things that we're doing, there's a lot of work involved, but it's having the right people in the right place and making sure that things are getting done. So again, a lot of times people don't understand it. And if you work in the corporate world, you don't understand either. You see people getting laid off, and you see them hiring people in certain areas. And I see it every day, in the job I've had. You see individuals getting laid they're hiring people over here. I mean, it's the same thing under this municipality where, you know, we've made some cuts, we've made some changes, and restructuring the village the way it used to be, and that's what's important. We talked about the aging report. You know, we've done very good, and you're right. I mean, there's only one person you can give credit to. He's above us. You know, coming in here with $1.9 million, you know, it was devastating. It was devastating as you look at the audits. Now all of our audits are all completed. You know, I came in 2.5 years ago with no audits that were done back in 2009. So, seeing the audits, and the audits told the story about how the village continued to go in debt every year. It showed the picture. You know, the goal now is to turn that from going way up like this, straight down where we need to be. And that's what we've done. We've taken the invoices on the back desk and paying them off, and paying off our vendors. I heard someone say the other day, when you got reports back there that people haven't been paid since 2012. The important thing is look at who those people are haven't been paid since 2012. A lot of them are lawyers that are dealing with cases that are suing Sauk Village. And what ends up happening is we pay up to our $50,000 self-insured, we no longer pay them, but those insurance lawyers continue to send us the bills until those cases are resolved. So, you know, I don't know who said, we haven't paid our bills since 2012. Well, there's certain things you don't pay because we don't have to pay, we're not responsible. And once the cases are resolved in court, those attorneys get paid, and we've already paid our portion, we no longer have to pay. So, some of these suppliers and vendors you talk about that don't want to work for us, we pay them off, and we've gotten those bills down. And, you know, we're trying to work with our department heads and trying to make sure we pay the right bills so things get done. And we just had, some, you know, police department, and that's another thing that we're doing. And when you look at the departments, you know, fire department, if they need something, they contact me. ESTA, they need something, they contact me. Public Works, they contact me, and I can either tell them yes or no, or I let them know on it. You know, the police department, we had things going on over there that no one knew about. So when you look at a lot of these bills from the police department, no one knew about those bills at all until we started getting into it and finding out, you know, who gave the okay for those vehicles to be sent over there. Why didn't anyone know what they were sent for? You know, finding out that someone signed a contract for another K-9 unit that no one knows about. You know, we're still looking to find out if we're responsible for paying for that second K-9 unit. There's a lot of things that were happening that now we're starting to get our hands around. And we're making sure that, especially on the police department side and all the departments, not just picking on one, that before any work gets done, they have to contact me first, and they have to contact GW. We want to know, why are you having something repaired? What happened to it? You know, if one of our officers or one of our public works or one of our ESTA people had an accident, we want to know about it. We want to know why, because that's going to end up going to our insurance company. We want to know exactly what happened, what was the cause for it, and before you have it repaired, we want to see, number one, is it covered underneath insurance. There's a lot of things that probably could have been covered underneath insurance, and we wouldn't have these bills. But because no one up here knew about it, we didn't even have the chance to go out and approach our insurance company. So there's a lot of things, a lot of changes, and again, restructuring the village and getting the right people in place and the chain of command, and that's what's important. So, all right, next.
Pat Couch. I have a problem with all the social media and the crap that's out there on social media. On April 25th, 2015, this was posted on a social media site, and it comes from an AKA person, which I won't mention the alias that they are going by, and it says, and I'm quoting from the article, "Well, ladies, did you hear Pat Couch called a police officer to encourage him to talk to the mayor? Yep, they thought they could get him to turn on the others. Didn't work. The dedicated officer went to the charge person and reported it." I'm going to stop there because that's all that pertains to me. However, that is a lie, number one. The truth of the matter is,
a police officer, which I'm not going to mention his name, sent me a text message. And I'm going to quote his message because it came to me on my cell phone. I happened to be out of town at that time. The officer said, "Do you have a minute? I need to speak to you in person." Here's a copy. It's on my cell phone. It is the truth. I answered because I was out of town and I was concerned what happened that this officer would need to talk to me in person. So I called him. He told me what his concerns were, and I think if the mayor recalls, I did talk to him about the concerns of this officer. And I sent him back a note and said, "I want you to know the mayor is out of town till next week, and when he returns, he will be happy to meet with you. Just let us know what works best for you." His response was, "Okay." Therefore, if this officer did tell me he was going to his superior, which I won't mention any names, he did report that he had contacted me. When this article came out under the alias Thomas James, sorry, the officer said, after I read this to him, he said, "That is a lie." Is my time up?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Therefore, I'd like to know why that charged person that he told in good faith that he was going to talk to somebody. Is it a? Okay, that charged person saw fit to give that private information to a private citizen sitting in this room. Thank you.
What's your answer to that, Mr. Mayor? Because I really don't know. That sounds like personal.
Please.
It was on social
All right.
media.
All right, Katie. All right. Again, if anyone has the right to talk about anything they want to tonight. So, we do know that social media is
Social media.
social media. People, ladies and gentlemen, please. It's one of those things that kind of gives our village a black eye because there's sites out there that constantly lie about the village and not telling the truth. So I think you need to, hey, all right. So I can understand, when it comes to social media, but I can just tell you that I try to not even pay attention to what people are saying, especially people who don't live in Sauk Village. David?
Stephen Shimkus, Human Relations Commissioner. I'd like to announce that we filled the vacant position. Ms. LaTanya West, she was here, but she left. And the next scheduled meeting for the Human Relations Commission is on June 1st at 7 p.m. And later on in July, we're going to have another diversity dinner, so we'd like to invite you to come out and discuss the challenges that face a multicultural, diverse community like we have here. And hopefully good can come out of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
I'm unclear about the situation with the police station, so my question is this. When I walk in there, can I expect that there's going to be personnel or there won't be, or how's that going to run? And I would also like to know how the decision to, I guess, get rid of the dispatchers is going to affect the residents in general. The other thing is regarding the way the meetings are presently conducted, I personally have always had an issue with it, but I find that, I guess because sometimes the residents, including myself, our questions are so long till sometimes you don't really answer all of them. And we don't have an opportunity to come back and let you know because it's basically 3 minutes and we're shut down. So I'm hoping that at some point, the way this is conducted could be considered for reconstruction or something where it's more resident friendly. I think the final thing, well, I did ask for clarity about the police station because that really makes me nervous. Oh, the dispatchers, I heard you say that they were offered some position or something. I'd like to know what those positions were, and if, you know, could you sort of inform us as to why they may have declined it or why you think they declined it, and also, are you reconsidering maybe some other offer to them or something so that we can work this situation out where it's favorable for everyone? Oh, that is good.
All right. Let's talk about this department. I got personnel, renewing the contract, no effect, okay. Right now, there is still dispatchers at the road shop that work for Kurtz, but there's still people at the window. Again, when it gets further, there's probably going to be a phone or something on the wall or something there, just like when you walk into other police departments that have joint dispatch centers. But there'll be where you pick up the phone and they'll be able to call a shift commander or someone in to meet with residents. Again, getting rid of dispatchers, we did get rid of dispatchers. We gave the dispatchers the opportunity to come back and either meet or beat what Sauk Village could bring joint dispatching in for. They could not, okay? So we did not renew the contract. We didn't get rid of them, we tried to work with them. And when you look at a department that has almost a $600,000 a year budget, and you can bring a joint dispatch center in for about $285,000, you know, that's a major cut. It's over half of their budget. When it comes to response time and stuff, should be no effect. Again, we got the meetings, the way we have the meetings set up for questions and comments. Again, trustees, department heads, they're here before the meetings, they're here after the meetings, if residents want to talk to them. Trustees each have their own personal phone that go to their desk in the back. You know, if you've got questions for your trustees, reach out, call their phone. If you don't know their phone number, talk to them before you leave tonight. Get their phone numbers. Again, we talked about restructuring, can only get yours in the deal. So we've got someone here now to address these issues. You talked about why did the trustees, why did the dispatchers decline taking another job? I couldn't tell you. I can tell you that between Kurtz and Linwood, for sure, I know jobs were offered. I think Buds was going to reach out to them. I know for sure that Kurtz sat down with them. We made it where they could come in. In fact, the village ended up paying them during that time for Kurtz to come in and offer them a job. And they went through everything. I can't tell you why they declined not taking up. I just can tell you that they were offered jobs. That's all I can tell you for right now. But again, we'll continue working with other dispatch centers. We'll let them know that we have dispatchers who don't have jobs. If they know anyone, and I talk to other mayors, I'll find out if they have any openings in their communities. But we'll continue trying to work for our former employees and trying to get jobs for them. So, all right. Next. The meetings are going to stay the way they are right now. Again, that's why I said we got trustees and department heads here early. They're here afterwards. If you get anything, talk to them. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. See no one else with miscellaneous business council trustees. Trustees.
6 o'clock meetings don't work. I understand cost saving initiatives and everything, but we have an important subject matter like the budget. I really think that we should consider not worrying about the cost saving initiative and put it on a different day, because we had 2 residents talk. 2. They each took an hour apiece. And one's not done. So I honestly, just in the effort of time of everybody, I think that we should really look into something like that, because we've done plenty of meetings that we've had to start and stop, and it's just, it gets confusing, it loses momentum, so just my personal opinion is that 6 o'clock meetings don't work.
Trustee Rivers.
Yes, I just wanted to address the question that one of the residents had about the budget. The budget has not been passed as of yet. We have a copy of it, we haven't ratified it yet. I think that's going to happen. I'm not sure, I haven't seen the agenda, but in the near future, probably next week or whatever, I don't know. But right now, I've had questions about certain things, and it's just, so I don't want anyone to feel that we've passed the budget already. No, it has not been passed yet. Tonight is not a night that we're voting on it. Tonight was a night that we're taking questions about it. Will anything change? That remains to be seen. So I don't want anyone to leave here tonight thinking that we've all, as far as all the trustees have ratified this particular budget. That has not happened. On another note, Intergovernmental Relations Committee will meet here Thursday at 7 p.m. That's all I have.
Trustee Boston. Trustee Murphy. Trustee Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want to remind everybody that we will be having our neighborhood watch meeting on this coming Monday, which is the second Monday at 7 o'clock at the fire station. We are looking for new block club captains. If anybody is interested in being a part of the neighborhood watch and you want to be a block club captain, I would love to encourage you to come to our meeting on Monday at 7 o'clock at the fire station. Also, we are extending our summer program for junior neighborhood watch block captains. So we are including Rickover School as well as Bloom Trail. So if you know some responsible young people, we're trying to do this in an effort to give our youth something to do in the summer, to help keep them doing something positive in their village. We are going to be opening up our program across the summer for junior block club captains. So we're very excited about partnering with the schools. I have met with Dr. Lee, I have met with Dr. Navarre. We've talked with the mayor, and so we're excited about that program with our youth over the summer, as well as our committee. Also, I want to say that two things. One, cost-saving initiatives. I was talking to the mayor about a village administrator. At 2 different times, I brought a team of people to talk with him to let him know some of the things that was working in their village and in their cities about us being able to get a village administrator, someone that's here to run the day-to-day operations of the village. I've been going to mayors and management, South Suburban mayors and management. I've been going to IML, talking to other mayors, elected officials, all in the South suburbs, all the way to Springfield, with us having a part-time mayor. They all concluded the same sentiment that we do need a village administrator to run the village. And again, I would say I can bring in different teams of people at different times to talk to the mayor about things that we could do to raise that money to get a village administrator. We went back and forth, we're trying to get the money. However, I am very glad that the mayor was able, along with some input from the administration and some of the trustees and other means that he came up with, to find a way that we could pay to have a village manager / public safety director. And I am glad that we have someone that's going to be here writing grants for the village. I think it's very important that we have someone with their ear to the ground that can call Springfield, that can go to Springfield. The lobbyist is no longer in place, and someone that's going to be here to help the mayor and help the administration and oversee all the department heads and just be a team player for that position. I'm glad that the residents of Sauk Village to have that person here, and it happens to be Mr. J.W. Fairman. And Mr. Fairman, I want to let you know, look at me. This is from me. I am one person on the board. I want to welcome you to Sauk Village. I also asked the mayor if he could set up with the village clerk a time where the residents could meet you, because you mentioned to me that you want to get in the community and talk with the residents. And I think that is very good, but they need to know who you are when you come to the community. I have no problem going with you. That's what my committee and I do. Trustee Myers and I, we work together, and my staff that work with Neighborhood Watch. I have no problem walking the streets of Sauk Village. That's what I do, knocking on doors, talking to residents. And I want to also say to Pat Couch, I do understand your frustration with social media. I have been victimized by myself with social media, and I have put out my second letter as of today. And I don't put fictitious names and animals and flowers. I put my picture and my name on what I write,
Because whatever I write, I can stand behind that, and I have no problem with it. I put my phone number, my name, and it's from me. It's not from the board, it's not from the mayor, it's from me, Linda Washington. And whatever I say, I can back that up. So I want you to be encouraged to just know, look around to look past negative things and go on and do your program, because if it's positive, it's work for the people. That's all that matters. And I want to conclude by saying I have had residents in any story that I tell, I can bring people here and line them up. They can tell the same story I'm telling sitting here. I don't lie about what residents say to me. They have taken my letter, Ms. Couch, and they have made copies of that letter and passed it out themselves in the village. So if you want to talk to me afterwards, I would be glad to talk to you. My phone number is on all the letters that I put out. And like I said again, whatever I write is only my sentiments. It does not represent the mayor of the board. It only represents me. And that concludes my report.
Trustee Marshall.
Yes, sir. Just a couple things. The owner of the property you're looking for is Dr. Vine. He works over here at Our Lady University Hospital. And he's been the owner of the property ever since day one when we put up the first house out there. I think it should go over there too. And the other one is, in the last couple of weeks, the fire department is answering quite a few calls, people hitting cars. And I'm asking, you guys see a car flying up and down the road, especially in the village street, call the police department and get some type of description for them. Because it's not too pick up a small kid that wrapped up underneath their car. So I urge you to please slow these people down by calling the police department and get them out there, get them off the streets of the speedings. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. I just want to inform the residents, this last Wednesday, I was down in Springfield. We had a full day in Springfield for Lobby Day. I was down there, our group alone had approximately 32 other mayors, along with elected officials from other communities. I tried to get our elected officials to go. Village Clerk Williams, she went down with the Women's Democrat Organization and took a bunch of young ladies. I think they're all young ladies down to Springfield. But during the day, we started off the morning at the IML, getting updates of all the everything happening in the House and on the Senate side. We had meetings with Senator Toy Hutchinson, Representative Will Davis, Al Riley, Anthony DeLuca, Bob Rita. We got to meet with the department heads now, the new ones, the new directors of IDOT, DCEO, IDNR, Treasurer's Office. A bunch of us got to meet with Representative Barbara Flynn Curry, who is the House Majority Leader. We got to meet with the governor. We got to meet with the lieutenant governor. And I'm not going to try to say her last name. It's Sanjucci or something. Sanguinetti. So they realized our lieutenant governor was so short. She is like 4'10" or 4'11". So she's very, very small. So, but you know, the mayors went down there with one voice. We talked about 4 issues, and see if I can remember. The first one was, the top of the list was our OGDF, asking our state representatives and the governor not to cut. We talked about pension reform. We talked about gambling here in the state. A big push to get a casino. A lot of the mayors I was with are pushing for a casino in the south suburbs. But they want to know what the governor feels about gambling. And the third one, or the fourth one, I can't remember, I apologize. But it was a long day. It was a very busy day. I left here at like 5 o'clock in the morning, started heading down to Springfield, and it was a very long day. So we had some great meetings. And again, we're going to try to stay in front of the governor as much as we can. Every time I can take any time off, if I know the governor's going to be nearby, I'm going to make sure I get my face in front of him for the Village of Sauk Village. Last thing, let's talk about the month of May. The month of May is going to be a very busy month. I'm looking for volunteers. Anyone wants to help? I'm looking for residents. I want to make sure you know what's going on. First of all, the most important day, I think, for ladies, I think is this Sunday. It's Happy Mother's Day. I wish each and every one of you have a happy day. The Village Cleanup Days is coming up, May 16th to the 18th. If you can't come out and help, it's from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Maybe just get out in your own yard, maybe help your neighbors. If you have a vacant house on your street, you can go by and pick up some of the garbage. But they're going to be, the cleanup day is going to be focusing on the main areas, the entrances of Sauk Village. On May 25th, Memorial Day service. I'm going to have a Memorial Day service. I'm asking everyone to come out. If we have any veterans that actually come out, we're going to do something right out here by the flagpoles. We're going to have a memorial service right here at the Village Hall, and that's going to be, I think, 11 o'clock, if I remember right. So 11 o'clock here on May 25th. Last thing is, and I've already got some help from Pat Couch, we're going to plan a blue ribbon walk, and we're going to be doing it from the fire station over to the police department. It's going to happen on May 30th. It's going to happen at noon. We're going to start at the fire station. We'll walk here. Afterwards, we'll have refreshments and stuff in the back. You'll see me out there grilling. We'll roast some hot dogs and stuff like that for the residents. But again, a blue ribbon walk, if you have blue ribbons, we're actually going to put it on your trees. This is in support of our police officers and our first responders. This is happening all across the nation, and we want to make sure we show support. We know we've seen a lot of things on the news, a lot of things happening. But you know what? They're the first ones. I tell everyone, especially our police department, if you hear a gunshot, you see people running one way, you see the police officers heading directly to where that shot came from. We need to show support for our officers. Our firefighters. As you're running out of a burning building, they're running in. So this is a day that we just want to, it's supposed to be about an hour walk, and it'll probably be a little less, but walking from the fire station to the police department, we'll have something back here. But a day that we can show our support. If you can't show your support, I'd ask that you just take a blue ribbon, tie it on your trees, tie it on your porch. This is on May the 30th. All right, we got a busy month, and we got a lot of good things happening. So, with that said, I ask for a motion to adjourn. Second? I'll tell you what. Hang on. I'll tell you what I want to do then.
You're going to go back to recess this meeting, open up that.
And then we go back and reset the meeting. So,
You're so midnight.
I'll tell you what. I'm not going to do executive session. Forget executive session. So,
You're going to make the second, Linda Washington, you're going to make the motion, wait a second.
yeah, second. Got a motion there, second. Got a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. What we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, for the refreshment break, I need to meet with some people in the back to get some information. We will come back in here and we will recess. We will reconvene back into our previous special meeting. First of all, if you're going to talk, I'm going to ask you to go outdoors. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you if you're going to talk, please step outside the doors. I'm also asking the individuals who were involved in that last little bit, I'm asking you to leave. I've already asked one of them to leave. I don't know if the other one's still here. Now, we're going to try to have this meeting in order and in decorum. Now, if there's any more outbursts, we will recess this meeting and we will adjourn immediately. This meeting will be held in order. We are here to listen to the residents. We'll listen here as long as we have to. There will be no fighting. All right? As for our meeting to adjourn. Reconvene, sorry. Any motion?
So moved.
So clerk, please call roll.
Burgess. Morton.
Yes.
Myers.
Yeah.
Costa.
Yeah.
Washington. Yes. Williams. Yes.
Okay, we're reconvening. All right, and we have Ms. Francie Anderson at the podium.
Mr. Mayor, thanks for reconvening. I have quite a few questions. We can start with this page that I printed did not. Oh, thank you, sir. This page that I printed do not have numbers, so I cannot tell tell you, but it was printed right after your 29 pages of your budget. And it says payroll information. The pages are not numbered, I don't know, it's just printed right after your budget.
Right?
And it says payroll information.
All right.
The first one, it says police. It says chief new, and that's at 93,000. And then under, you said the new director of public safety, both of these are exempt. Right? But now my question is, the part-time clerk analysts, are they exempt?
No, they're hourly.
They are. And those 3 part-time clerks.
Hourly.
Is it, so the hourly, and so all 3 of them, the total salary would be the $53,976?
Yep.
And then it says, we got the new copy, he's at 53,000. Then it says overtime, remove 3. Well, why, I don't understand what the column $160,000 is for.
Now, what's your question about the, my computer's died, so I have to get my cord. But go ahead, what was your question about?
Oh, I just didn't understand what the $160,000 is for.
$160,000 is for 3 police officers that we're not replacing at this time.
Let me look this. So are we removing this $160,000, or you just showing it here? Because it's in 2 columns. And then in one you brought it down, and then one is added into the total. Because it says total pay and raises, and it was added in both. See, this page is not, okay, let me see. It just said total. Yeah, it says total. So, okay, it said total is for the 3 officers overtime. Wait, this says overtime remove 3 officers, 100. I'm telling you what I'm reading.
What she said is doesn't have a page. What's
It's the, okay, it's printed right after your budget, and it's the second page.
It's not, you guys don't have it, because what you ended up getting out, it's a worksheet.
Oh, we all got it. It's online right now.
It's online?
Okay, so it's online, but it's a worksheet that's used for figuring out payroll per department, things like that, so. So that's what you're seeing is a worksheet that's used for figuring payroll. I might get my computer died, but when it comes to what we call the fringe benefits and things like that.
They got it online.
So you budgeted, so in your worksheet, you're saying that this $160,000 was for, because it says overtime and remove. So I'm kind of perplexed about what that means. Is that overtime for those 3 people that we only paying the $53,000?
When you look at a worksheet, I mean, there's just things that's written on there, what you're taking out, what you're putting on. Again, there's probably a mistake that I got out there, but it's a worksheet trying to figure out when you figure out your payroll for your departments and things like that. So it's an estimated, was $160,000 for 3 police officers that we're not replacing. That's what that's for, right?
You said I'm not understanding. You said 160,000 for 3 police officers. 160,000 for 3 police officers. That you're not replacing, I don't understand. Because I'm just trying to figure out what was that. So thank you. $160,000 you said is for Francine, I don't understand what you're saying.
It says right here, I'm only reading you what I have. It says overtime, remove 3 officers, and then it says 160,000. It was brought down into the totals, and then it said the same, I guess the same 160,000, and then it was added into the total amount for raises.
Because 160,000 was for overtime. That was in budgeted for overtime. It went from 258 to 160. But I didn't know that there was a 3-officer deficit or whatever you're saying that it's for overtime. Part-time is gonna get overtime.
So what she's looking at is a worksheet that's done when you fill out a worksheet, you try to figure out what your salary is going to be for each department. So somehow that worksheet, it's a spreadsheet. So somehow that spreadsheet got attached to the online version.
But that still shows you how you come up with that figure, though. I mean, that's what the worksheet is for.
That's what it's for.
They come up with the figure, so she's just asking, I guess, I don't know if you're asking how they come up with that date, or...
Yeah, is it overtime or is it, I don't understand the language. I'm just telling you what I read. It just made me have a question.
I don't know, but that's between Mohan and, was it Mohan and who did the worksheet? Sure, the mayor actually.
Of course, the department is.
Then on the next page, maybe we can get to that. It says the 911 center. And it's still showing salaries.
We don't have that on 1 second.
Right, well, so why is this page still showing the salary at 4777.6?
But if you look at the budget, it's a worksheet figuring out what it would cost for those employees. So, again, if you look at the regular budget, it's not included. Like I said, it's a worksheet. You have a worksheet, you fill your taxes out, your W-9s and stuff. This is all this is, a worksheet to figure out how the numbers come across.
Well, I ain't understanding that part, but help me understand then, why do we still have people, because it keeps going, and you got under every department, you got people's names, you got salaries, and then it says right here, health insurance, taxes, administration, information, EA. So, then you got totals, and you got totals on the sewer, you got total on the community development, you got total on the fire, you got totals on the 911 center. They say we don't have 911 center, but on this year, they show, they name all these people. And I was gonna ask, why in the world would we budget $18,874.06 for somebody that's deceased? It said 9/11 Emily, and I know Emily did.
This is based off of employees, their salaries, again, worksheets, when figuring all this out.
So why wasn't her name removed then?
Was this a worksheet that we used last year?
Same kind of work.
So we just kind of cut and pasted it, used it again to kind of generate numbers?
Right.
Okay. So that's why her name will still be on there. It's not part of the budget. It's apparently a document that was attached when it was put online, but that's their worksheet to kind of figure out how to do the budget, which would be why Emily's name is still on there, which is why the dispatch center would still be on there, because it was just a format that they used last year.
So you're just trying to tell me that all this extra stuff here was just online for no reason and it's not in your budget?
Yep.
Now y'all, that ain't, you know that ain't making no sense at all. None.
Now, so I don't know how it got attached.
None. Then help me understand then the benefits and show me, Mohan, if you can, so I can get to it, so we can all roll out of this as quickly as possible. The benefits, where's because that thing came to a total of, you go to the total. y'all took the leaders out of here. You ain't got a dime for him. You got his name, you got okay and no money. And then you got Emily, you got 18,000. So Mama, let's help me find where it is in the budget that you carried over this information from your worksheet into your budget.
The police department, check police department.
Check the police department. Let me find it, please. Is this police department on page 6, sir? No, that's in public ground.
Check 145, 510.
Liability, dispatch.
All right, so if you go to the police department, you'll see that police department per se.
Can you tell me what page you're on, please?
No, I can't. I don't have, I'm looking at the computer, sorry. If you look at your pay that says 1,736,475, okay? So what you do is you go to the police department budget, you see regular employees' wages are 1,730,475.52. Then you look at part-time wage employees, 6,000. That comes out to be your $1,736,475.52. So I mean, again, like I said, these are worksheets to figure out what your regular overtime or what your regular pay is going to be, things like that. So. Again, this is something that Mohan uses to figure out. Again, there's probably formulas in there. You can see that says if you make so much per year, there's a formula, how much your Social Security, Medicare is going to be, what the bills you're going to have to pay. So again, these are worksheets that he has gotten to figure out what the payroll is going to be per department.
So for the retirees that are listed then, for the insurance that you're paying for them, is that an 80-20 as well?
No, it is
Or
not.
are they still at 100%?
It is 100%.
It wasn't to this administration when we got the 80-20.
Only for the current employees, it is 80-20.
Right.
For the retirees, we are obligated to pay 100% of their
We just got it passed in the last contract, the 80-20.
And how long are we obligated for the retirees to pay that 100% health insurance?
until they reach 65 years or Medicare eligibility.
Since we had nothing in the budget for advertising and publications, how did people find out about the positions that you have in this budget? The 3 part-time police officers, the other 3 part-time people, and then this part-time clerk analyst, and as well as the new public safety director. How do people find out about or apply to those positions?
Talk about the,
Since we had no money in the budget for printing or for advertisement, so how did people find out?
It will be in the publication and
publications and memberships is where, for like the auxiliary police officers, things like that. Right now, the part-time clerks, records and clerks, we had part-time people over there already. So they'll move over to records and clerks. And then when it came to the village administrator, it's an appointment by the mayor with consent approval of the village board.
So
Just like with any other Any other appointment? Just like the appointments that the President of the United States makes, just like the President or the Governor makes, the Mayor has the same opportunity to appoint people with the consent approval of the village board, Senate, House, and Senate. As for the Governor, same thing when it comes to the President.
So this board gave permission to go ahead and recreate that new position and to fund it. It's $93,000.
How much, are you saying how?
No, he said that it was an appointed position, so there was no need for people to apply because it's an appointed position because the board reauthorized that position, gave him the permission in order to hire and to bring back that position. So there was no reason for you guys to advertise and have other people apply.
Right. The appointment. The mayors have the right to do appointments.
I know they do, but when Lewis was there, you didn't agree with that. That's right. You didn't agree.
I agree with the consent approval of the village board.
Yeah, I agree with that too. You got a board that will give you anything that you want. They have given it to you. And I hope that they will become more responsible to the people of Sauk Village. And I'm hoping that the people of Sauk Village get a real opportunity to go through this budget just as I have and will become outraged at what they see. Because right now, we have some apathy, and it's going to continue to be apathy when you get to continue to have people who don't care that will give you any position and anything that you want. You sit here and tell me that y'all don't have no answers for my question about why a dead woman, the information is still being budgeted, and then you tell me that you got consent to hire somebody without even telling the citizens. But that's what this board has done. This is a board that has been unaccountable. And just spend. I don't understand. I truly don't understand. Let me make sure that that's my last question that I have over here, because I really did have a lot. And Mr. Mayor, you said we were going back to lean. Lean means to what? Investigate, purge, throw out what's unnecessary, and then restructure. So, some of this stuff is unnecessary, but I guess your board members don't know what lean means, so maybe we need to give them the outline of what that means and how the Japanese used it and brought it to America to change cultural America. Corporate America. So, let me make sure, because I think I still have a number. Let me look at page 11, because I think that's one question I forgot to ask you, sir. It says net revenues over expenditures. I am on page 11. It is one question I forgot to ask. I think it's two really. Of this amount of revenue over expenditures of $450,000. Was that, most of that was taken from the general fund, and that's why you only going to do 41,000? Why is there such a big gap in between that, and you projected and used 450, now you're down to 41?
Hold on, honey.
I'm on page 11, right at the bottom.
What line item?
It says net revenues over expenditures.
What line item? Should be like a 10-digit number?
There is no 10-digit number. It says net revenue over expenditures. The last item on page 11.
Go above and find out what department it is.
You keep asking me to find stuff. I don't know where it's at. I'm just telling you I'm on page 11, and I got a question about the end thing.
Go to page 10 and tell me what's on page 10.
Okay, she's talking about, you talking about.
Page 10 says total personnel, contractors, professional services. Then it says liability insurance, And then it says insurance at the top of page 11. Then it says dispatch center, then it says contractual, then it says dispatch, then it says total general fund expenditures, then it says net revenues over expenditure.
That's contractual. That's on our page 9.
Between you copy, when it's copied offline. You find it more? What you talking about? Go ahead. What you talking about?
It says net revenues over expenditures, and it's page 11 of 29 from what I pulled off. I can't help it. I don't know that. It says the current projected 2015, 2014. Is that revenue or expenditure?
It is net revenue.
Net revenue. That's what it says, net revenue over expenditure. That's what we're proposing. You see this? But you got it in parentheses. So it's expenditure.
All right, give me the amounts that's in parentheses. 450,000?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
174.
All right. So it's general fund expenditures. Yeah, yeah. So last year we spent $6,593,473. Yeah, there was 450,000 more than we said we were going to spend. This next year, we're only spending or projecting spending $6,086,692.77, which based off that and based off total revenues coming in, we anticipate there's still a surplus of $41,000 there.
Okay. So my question was, what justify the gap for me? That's what I'm missing. How did we get to such a big gap?
Because the proposed cuts that the governor is proposing for the LGDF, that would be $500,000. There's, trying to think. I mean, that's the biggest one, that $500,000 is a big chunk. Yeah. So if you add that, we'd be back up to 6,500,000. It's over 500,000, so we'd probably be close to 6.6 million if the governor doesn't cut that by 50%.
I think y'all made it worse for me to understand. What a sign, you're a trustee. It's the job you asked for. I did. Matter of fact, I was ready to go, but now I think I got another question. The fire department, let's go there. I didn't have, I can stay all night. I just got work, so I'll be here. The village has restricted funds according to the most recent audit report of some $580,193. It's on page 98 of the audit, so I'm sure you don't have that in front of you. But your current balance fund is $612,398, said the audit. So can you show me what that is in your fire department? Did you guys use those numbers from the audit at all to create this budget? Or was it just based on something else? And if I got to find a page for you, we'd still be another minute on this. I don't know how it aligns.
We don't know about the fire department.
I'm trying to find a page.
What do you want to know about the fire department? Fire department is a totally separate fund, based off the revenues coming in through their tax money. The fire department does not fund the general fund. So anyone know about the fire department?
But my question was, what is the current fund balance, and did that carry over to your audit? I mean, from your audit to your budget? For the fire department?
I have chosen not to put the fund balance, beginning fund balance to the fire department.
Why, you chose not to?
You don't have to.
You got 612,000.
Because the budget is based on the current financial inflow and current financial outflow, that's why I don't have to.
But there's 612 grants in there? I'm sorry, state my question.
And none of the trustees asked you a question about that? Did they not look at the audit, or did they not look at the budget? On this last page of, and I pulled it apart, so I really can't even tell you where it came from. Is this true? The total appropriations is it $16,766,682.07?
Absolutely.
That's it. Thank you.
That's for your tips, police pension, fire pension, working cash, debt service, total appropriation.
Mr. Mayor, this is about the clearest piece of paper that printed.
All the general fund.
Yes, sir. That was about the clearest piece. Mr. Mayor, I just have one more comment. That's, I think you all have put together a very good budget. I am very disappointed in the trustees that we have elected to be the gatekeepers of funds, that they would allow something like this to be sent out to the public. It makes me think that our trustees don't take time to look at anything. Because you presented this to the public, and some of the mistakes could have easily been caught by them if they had looked at it. I am hoping that when it comes time to vote, that you have taken on some of the questions that were presented by the public. And it might be still more public, they got more questions. I think I'm done.
I can't go into that depth. I have a few questions. We have 3 businesses in towns that have a total of 5 slot machines each in their business. What portion of their income from the slot machines comes to Sauk Village?
I don't remember what the percentage is, but everything we're taking in goes directly toward our police pension, correct?
It's supposed to be, but the funds, it's not.
I can't hear you. Well, does he have,
It's
is there a
supposed to
mic
be,
there?
it is supposed to be, but because we don't have enough funds to pay, cover up our payroll and other important things, and are not being putting into the pension fund.
The price, you make sure you find out how much is coming in.
It's approximately about $6,000 per year.
$6,000 a year.
Approximately.
Yeah, let's get a report for the 400, let's see if we get money to put back over. I want that money going to the police pension. I mean, it's only $6,000. So,
It's $6,000 a year per
Per year.
business?
No, per year.
per year.
Are you talking about all 15 machines at $6,000 a year. That's all the village gets. So we haven't paid anything at all into the police pension fund.
But let's take a look. I want more money.
Okay. Also, in 2013, the police department got a $10,000 grant. I'd like to know, I don't know what it was for, and I don't have the budget papers. I didn't have time to get them. What was that for?
You said when they got it?
2013, there was a grant.
Not for police department.
You don't remember that. Okay, in 2014, the police department got a grant for $14,428,000. What was that for?
Who applied for these grants and where did the money go? Next one, we'll find out, trust me.
Okay, in 2015, the police department got an $18,000 grant.
It is not for police department, it is for the site, not for police department.
For the what?
It is for the village, not for the police department.
For what?
It is not for the police department, it is for the village.
I don't know why the village would get an $18,000 grant for Police Fest.
I don't think so. Did the police department apply for it?
Yes, they did.
I don't think so.
But again, if the police department applies for something,
If it
they
is
have to
so,
let the board know.
if the police department has applied grant for themselves, definitely.
The information that I got is that they received $18,000 grant for Fest. It was given to Moa. I want to know where that went.
It is not for police department, I don't think so. It is for village, not for the police department.
I think what you need to find out is, again, the village applies for grants, just like every single department. Administration applies for grants, fire department applies for grants, police department applies
I
for grants.
apply for the grant on behalf of village.
Everyone
for specific police department or public works or fire department.
It's every department head's responsibility to inform the finance director what they have coming in. Just like when Al had the $25,000 for fire equipment, or like fire gear. Yeah, I mean, that's their responsibility. So if again, the administration applies, fire department applies, police department applies. I think even ESDA apply for grants. So it's the department heads, every department has their responsibility to come and make sure that they know what they applied for, what that money's supposed to be used for, and make sure that whatever they applied for.
It's my understanding they did that. What I got was that we received an $18,000 grant for new vests, and that the $18,000 check was given to Mohan, that he received it.
It is not for the police department for sure. It is for the administration. I applied on behalf of the village.
Yeah, again, we'll have to take a look at it. We have to see the paperwork. So,
if you have any paperwork, let me know. If it is so, I'm going to act to the police department.
if we see the paperwork, we'll definitely move it back.
And what did the village get the $18,000 grant for?
We apply for grants all the time. So the village is always applying for grants. Again, we apply for grants for fire hydrants, we apply for grants for administration, we're applying for grants, you name it. I mean, we're reaching out there trying to bring funds in this community. Like I said, department heads are doing the same thing. They're reaching out trying to get grants. You just heard the fire chief, what do you say, 20, 25,000? He's already applying for this next year.
A couple of years ago, I applied for $165,000 grant from the Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity. We got the money. It was for on behalf of administration. I applied. Not for specifically to individual departments.
And we applied for the grant for $335,000 for through the Outland grant.
I've got, 1, 2, 3 grants for the last 4 years, 12, 13, 14, and 15 for the police department. And
The other thing too is you have to remember, especially in the state of Illinois, just because they say you've got it, I mean, according to the state of Illinois, we received $75,000 for fire hydrants, and we received $350,000 for our park, and we received a $4.8 million grant for our water, and we haven't received it. So, again, that's why I would say I want to see the final paperwork, and because you go down to Springfield, they're going to say, we got a lot of money here, and we don't have it. The governor froze it. So, I mean, I can show you Senate bills that show Sauk Village supposed to be getting money, and we haven't received the money yet. So all I'm asking for is the proper paperwork. You show me the proper paperwork, and if something wasn't reported to our finance director, and if something should have been moved somewhere else, we'll get it moved where it's supposed to be in a heartbeat. I just asked for the proper documentation.
You know what, I think that's about all I wanted to say. I needed to know about those grants and why our officers are not wearing those vests.
You know, if our officers aren't wearing vests, I said, I'd like to know, because I just got done talking to the deputy chief, and in fact, we were all in a meeting, and she said all her officers' vests were up to date because we were going to apply for a safety vest grant. And she said we could not apply for it this year because all hers were up to date, and she doesn't need bulletproof vests for another year or two. So if we have police officers without bulletproof vests that are out of date, I want to know. Because were you in that meeting, JW?
So what?
And Mohan, you were sitting in that meeting too, because we were going to apply for that grant. So please let me know. It's something else I'd like to know.
I'm not saying that they're not wearing any
No,
at all.
you just
I'm
did.
saying that $18,000 was supposed to be for police vests.
It is not
Therefore-
for the police vest. It is not for the police vest. It is for the administration. I applied on behalf of the village of Sauk Village. I got the grant of 18,800. It is not for police.
So, again, you bring the information, we'll look at it, and if it's supposed to be moved, we'll move it. Because there's nothing Mohan does a very good job making sure that money is separated where it's supposed to be and spent on what it's supposed to be. So, I can look at it. And please, if you know that we have police officers with bulletproof vests that are out of date, I'm asking that you please come back to this board and provide this information.
I've never really checked them. I wouldn't know. In Towers Day, I knew because they were really bad. They needed them.
I'm just making sure, because we were just getting ready to apply for a grant, and she told us we couldn't for another year. So, it's one thing that, whenever the grants out there that are available, we go for them.
Late, I'll be brief. A couple things I want to bring to your attention. The first one is the police pension fund. As you know, if you looked at your audit, you would notice that you guys are several $1 million unfunded in the police pension fund. Unless there's nothing in the current budget to make up that shortfall, only to make the ongoing contributions, other than the $6,000 for the casino money revenue. In order to catch that up by the deadline, you would have to budget every year for the next several years about $83,000 in addition to your ongoing figures, just as a aside for that. The other question or concern that I have was raised earlier, but I don't think many of you really grasped it. I brought it to Trustee Williams' attention. The $335,000 Parks grant is budgeted as a revenue. Okay. If you take into consideration what you're actually expending, it actually comes out to the $6,127,000. With that taken into account, there's nothing budgeted to take out of the $335,000, which means that your actual budget is not a surplus of $41,000, but it's actually a deficit of $294,000. So I hope that gets addressed before you pass the budget. That's all I have.
All right, I'll let you do the part there, but the police pension, it's one of the major things we talked about when we were down in Springfield when it came to pension reform. I think everyone, including the state, is waiting to see what the court's ruling is on the police pension. forming the issue. Sauk Village is not the only issue with the police pension issue. City of Chicago is in a problem that reaches into the billions, that's what it'll be, because of their police pensions. One of the main issues that we're having, especially from mayors, from non-home rule communities, is that we can't adjust taxes. Where the city of Chicago, they can turn around and put a tax on everything to make up that money real quick. The other thing too that they're looking at in Springfield is the issues we're having, home rule versus non-home rule. I mean, you look at some of the things that they've recently passed, where, I mean, they just got done passing something through the House of Representatives that says red light cameras are illegal now in non-home rule communities. I mean, if you're a home rule community, you can continue having red light cameras. Now, it doesn't look like it's going to pass the Senate. We're down there talking to the Senate. But between saying that home rule communities can do stuff and non-home rule communities can't do stuff. The other thing is the non-funded mandates. As we all know, the pension was a non-funded mandate that is a disaster. It's something that every community is facing, and IML put out a great thing showing that if it continues to be the way it's set, that municipalities will have more people not working than they have working and paying for their payroll. That's the way it's set up. And with all the candy and Coke and things that they said they added on to it, you figure, again, I don't grudge our police officers and our firefighters anything. They deserve it. They deserve it. But, you know, when a person can retire at a younger age, they get their pension. If they happen to pass away, that pension gets rolled over to their spouse, and their spouse continues to have that pension. Some of the things they show that by the time a person hits 10 years of retirement, that they'll be making more than they were making when they retired. It's something that we're waiting on, of course, and I talked to other mayors. We met with our state reps, and we talked about the pension and the pension reforms. There's already in Springfield, they're looking at changing some of the laws depending on how the courts rule. You know, we live in Illinois, and you never know how it's going to roll, and it's kind of like juggling. So that's where we're at on the pension. On the Parks and Playground grant, Mohan, you want to talk about that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Please speak up because the mics aren't working and they need to hear you in the back. Thank you.
I think there was an error, I think, for the Parks and Playground revenue that was for 335, and there is no corresponding 335,000 expenditure. If we put 335,000 expenditure, it will be approximately about 95,000 difference. So we may have to account for it. I think there was a mistake on my part.
Again, it's things like that. I'm glad you brought to our attention because no matter how many times you look at this, you can always see something. Because if you look through here, there's multiple times where it says $335,000 is for something different. So we'll definitely have to make an adjustment.
Does that include the entire budget? Or they separate?
I think one thing is, we'll look at some of the things. We've got some good news coming out of Springfield, so I don't think I got $300,000 worth of good news, but I'll have to take a look at it. It means again, I think if anyone looks at this budget again, just by that one little error, looking at our dispatch center, you think about with the dispatch center, that would have been another $320,000 on top of that, which would have put $600,000 in that. This was a rough budget this year. This was a lot of looking into, and sometimes when you start looking at the numbers, they start
And in fact, the police department budget has almost about, if you don't have the chief and if you don't have the 3 part-time auxiliary police, and if you don't replace 2 cops, that will probably more than fill offset.
Can we hear that again? Seriously, can we hear that again? No, I couldn't hear.
All right, I'll take one, please. It's a good catch, appreciate it, thank you very much. All right.
I said this about 2 hours ago. Glad y'all caught it now. 2 hours late.
Nice thing.
I didn't know, I said 2 hours ago. I did say 2 weeks ago when we talked about that. I must have talked about it.
Anything else? All right,